2026 Billings City Council Work Session. It's 5:30, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. I welcome you all here. We're going to start with public comment. That would be public comment on all items. So this is a time to comment on any matter, agenda or non-agenda items falling within the scope of the Billings City Council. Please remember, you can only speak once for each item during the meeting, and there are 6 items on the agenda tonight, so take note of that. If you'd like to speak, you're welcome to come to the podium. Please make sure you're signed in. Sign-in sheets are back at the door. State your name, where you live, and you'll get 3 minutes. So welcome, sir.
My name is Lane Dorsey. I'm a member of the Billings Alliance for Immigrant Rights. We are here tonight to demand justice for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo and Juan Sebastian Guerrero. These fathers were murdered by ICE in Houston, Texas, and in Biddeford, Maine. But nothing we say or do can bring these men back. But the city council can take action to prevent ICE from killing in Billings. At the start of this month, ICE ambushed, assaulted, and detained 100 immigrants in Gallatin County, Montana. Community members had guns pulled on them by ICE agents, and this mass kidnapping campaign took place just 2 hours away from us. And somehow, Mayor Nelson and the entire city council cannot see how pressing this issue is. It's in our backyard. Now, we're here to demand a sanctuary city. And I know what you might say. Well, Gianforte passed a law against sanctuary cities. Well, that law is racist and violent, just like he is. Let's not forget that this man body slammed a journalist. So what does he know about the law? He clearly has no regard for the law. And we know that throughout our country's history, racist and unjust laws have allowed segregation based on skin color. It was law that denied women the right to vote. And right now, we are fighting against laws that allow racist armed thugs to kidnap members of our community. At every instance of unjust laws being in place, the people have stood up and defied them. Are you going to defy racist laws? Or are you going to defy the people that you claim to serve? Now, we can't bring Lorenzo or Juan back, but we can prevent ICE from murdering someone in our city. So we are calling for Billings to become a sanctuary city so that our city is safe for everyone, regardless of immigration status. And our organization has emailed members of the council 5 times over the last month and a half, which we were told we could reach out and request a meeting with them. And nobody's responded to confirm any kind of meeting. So you know who I am. I'm going to go around and pass out our demands and our contact information. So let's set up a meeting, because this is right in our backyard and we don't want a tragedy to take place here, right? Do we want that? No. We want a sanctuary city, and we want a meeting with the mayor and whichever members of council would like to meet with us.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, James and Lori Cameron, 1448 Bench. We are here to speak regarding Chalice Acres and real harm to our property, which is getting worse every single day. City planning approved construction of on our private property, private access property, without our knowledge. They advise they are not required to notify us. That seems odd. After many requests and standing before you in March, they met and said, quote, "We will meet with the developer and contractor and see what he might be willing to do for you on your own property." I added the on your own property. Many meetings followed without us. We weren't invited. Well, non-possessory parties decided what they would do and what they would build on our property that we pay taxes on. Next, they told the contractor, and he gleefully advised us, the city said, we will neither approve or deny whatever you decide to build. They're telling the contractor, we'll cede our oversight, and we won't approve or deny whatever you decide to build on someone else's property. So the contractor, emboldened, seized the property and did just that. They built things, they encroached, and I'm sorry to say, but I wonder what is going on. Montanans love their property. We pay taxes. Mr. Mayor, we voted for you, and we voted for our city councilman. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that our city council and our elected leaders protect and respect the quiet enjoyment of our property. I took a picture when we left our home today of fence posts cemented in, 7 feet encroaching by 130 feet long on our private access property. Imagine, I'm going to pretend I'm the narrator of The Twilight Zone. Imagine a world where each of you go home tonight and you discover that your driveway, your private access to your home has been torn out by a contractor you don't even know. And he gleefully says, we have no choice. The city told us we could build this. And then after 8 months of mud and dirt, they said, we're putting it back together, but we've decided to take 35% of your private access, your driveway. Relate this to yourselves. We're going to take it away because the neighbor wants a bigger lawn, because the city decided they wanted a sidewalk through your private access property. Now you can say, oh, but it's an easement. Well, yeah, it's an easement that we depend upon for ingress and egress to our property. Last point, Mr. Mayor, thank you for being generous with the time. This is very important. When we approach the contractor and express to him, this isn't right. This isn't even what's on the plans that are approved by the city. This isn't even on the plat filed in 2008. There could be litigation consequences here. They get angry. And they said to us, and I quote, if you notify people that are on our title and interfere with us getting our financing, we will make your lives a living hell. I'm shaking with anger because that threat was given to my dear wife in front of me. There's something that really stinks here. In March, we asked for your interest and your curiosity. Today, I am asking for your courage, your integrity. Roll up your sleeves and uncover what's going on here.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. By the way, I have surveyor's report. We had to pay $3,000 to replace the survey markers that the contractor tore through on our property. It is telling, and it's here for anyone who has the desire and the interest. Thank you for being generous. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Tessa Miller, and I am Am I good to start? Okay. Hi, my name is Tessa Miller. I am a teacher, Billings Public Schools. I've been a teacher for 6 years now. I've taught elementary and middle school. I'm also a mom, and I'm speaking out about having a sanctuary city. This means a lot to me as a teacher and a mom because I care for my students and I care for my daughter so heavily. I can't even, unless you're a parent, you would understand. And I'm sure most of you are parents and you understand that deep love that you have for your child. And if you can imagine your child not knowing if their parents are going to come home because an unmasked vehicle with masked men are coming and taking their parents away. Most of these parents have done nothing but come and helped and worked their asses off. I'm sorry to say, they've worked so hard to provide for their families. And I cannot imagine losing my child or not knowing when my parents are going to come home if I'm one of my students. And I just really am asking that you guys take into consideration a sanctuary city. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heart-wrenching. The things that you see, the videos, it's not something that we can sweep under the rug. And I've lived in Montana most of my life. I've been here since I was 3 years old. And I can tell you that in Montana, we pride ourselves. We pride ourselves on being we serve. We welcome people. That's our thing. And we're losing that. I don't want us to be in this violence, the blue, the red, the whatever tie this is going back and forth, this political mess that our country is in right now. But the bottom line is that we're severely in trouble right now because ICE has taken over so much. And you might think, oh, Billings, well, we don't have that many immigrants. We shouldn't be worried. This isn't that big of a deal. But it is. And it's going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And I just ask that the Montana that I love and the people and that we voted for you guys, we want us to stick up for Montana and Montana's values. If we think about it, the values are protecting our children. And if we look at the statistics, it's not immigrants that are hurting our children. It's school shootings. It's all of these things these aren't happening by immigrants. We know that. Statistically, they aren't immigrants that are coming and shooting up schools. And they have done nothing wrong. We don't have this problem in Montana, and we need to realize that how about we use our energy to take care of the problems at hand, especially in schools with our children. That's the most important part. And I just really deeply ask, I know I'm out of time, but I just deeply ask that please we take into consideration for this as a mom and as a teacher. And I know you guys are parents. This is the most important thing. We don't need ICE here. We need to respect our Billings police officers and make sure they are not cooperating with ICE because they are above that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for serving on the City Council. My name is Mindy Nelson. I am a 33-year retiree of the post office. I have been a member of the American Postal Workers Union for 40 years. I have 3 minutes. I want somebody to respond back to me from this council, please, and tell me who's going to get back to us. I would like a commitment tonight. And I will just sit here until I get a response, because this is very important. You just had a young lady. We have other young people here that get me motivated to come to this meeting, because I have about given up on this country. I just about have. It's very hard to get motivated to do anything anymore. I was telling the mayor, I've gone to a Heights Water meeting. A police officer was there. We are paying for the police officer to sit at a Heights Water meeting. I went to the Baptist church. We were there protesting on Shiloh. Another police officer is there when they already had 4 men with guns from the church sitting there guarding that church. Now, but we cannot get an answer to why we cannot get some information, help, a road to making this a sanctuary city, some kind of protection. I'm not sure why that is. If you want to just discount, Lane's a wonderful organizer. I'm not sure why you're not responding. I know you're very busy, but that is your job. Somebody, I would like somebody to make that commitment. I have, I think, 10 seconds left. No, maybe it's a minute. I've got a minute. I'll wait. Mayor, are you going to be able to get back to us?
So this part of the meeting is for you to comment. It's not a back and forth.
Well, how do we know you guys are ever going to respond? How do we get a response? How do we get help with this? That's pretty sad when Lane has says she has tried 5 times to get a hold of this city council. I think it's it's pretty shameful. And I can't believe the rest. I don't know how the rest of you do this job, because I pretty much have given up on why bother doing this anymore? Why bother trying to make a difference in this city, in this country?
My name is Brooke Bigler, and I stand in support of Billings Alliance for Immigrant Rights demands for a sanctuary city in Billings. I am a mother, and I have been raised here. I was born here. My son was born here. My husband was born here. And pretty much most Montanans know that this is not right. What's going on? From the moment that you're put in school, you see like the globe, everyone holding hands from around the world. And then we're promised like, you know, a world where we can all come together. And that's not what's happening. And I want to make sure that the city is safe and the world is safe for when my son is older. So please take in consideration a sanctuary city so that we can keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, administration, we the people, Paul Clark, Ward 1. First of all, I don't know what happened to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I don't know what happened to prayer, but let's not leave them out. You might have been a little excited about that, but truly, United States, USA, number 1. To the people to the left of me and their problem with ICE, it's still in the Constitution. It won't be removed from the Constitution. There are 20 million illegal aliens that cross the border illegally. There are 800,000 people that became United States citizens legally through the system. 800,000. So what gives the right of 20 million people to cross the border under trucks, inside trucks, in the water, whatever it takes? Get over here, get your food stamps, get a cell phone, get the 4-star restaurant, get the 4-star motels. Let's take care of you in a bus and ship you off. There shouldn't be. We have worked way too long, way too hard. I am a 4th generation United States citizen. My great-grandfather, along with Miss Aguirre, showed up to this valley, and we worked our butts off with the railroads and anything else that we could clean, including spittoons in the saloons. So to let these people come in and take total advantage of our system and create fraud and mistrust, let alone the Medicare and people that need hospitals, good grief, it's way out of proportion. Number 2, flock cameras are everywhere. There's one on 8th Street and Alderson. I do not know why, but it looks at Grand Avenue. Perhaps we can look at the flock cameras to go towards 36th and Monad, or maybe a hot zone out in the Heights. But 8th and Alderson, what's that all about? The young man that was killed this week on 8th and Howard, a night or two. Not sure what that was all about. Again, where are your children? Do you know where your children are at? Do you care where your children are at? The Riverside Road incident here about 2 weeks ago. Now, my father, my uncles would have snapped my butt had I walked with traffic down the road. You always face the traffic coming at you, no matter day or night. I don't know whatever the circumstances was. From what I understand, the man was intoxicated. Hard pass, very hard pass. South Park. We were there, we enjoyed. It was immensely hot, but you know what I saw? I saw families, I saw friends, I shook hands with a lot of people. It was very organized. I'm looking forward to another one again. That's all I got. God bless, and I pledge allegiance to America.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close that part of the meeting and move on to item number 1, the Monad Road reconstruction update.
I need to share.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here tonight to discuss the Monad Road reconstruction project. This is kind of at the 30% design. That's a city code requirement that Public Works Engineering is required to do and go through some of the elements for discussion. So let's jump right in. Do that. All right. So our project limits here for Monad Road goes from Daniel Street on the left-hand side east, kind of through the S-curve over to Moore Lane. So those are kind of the extents of the project that we're looking at. Project team with me here tonight, Will Robbins from City Engineering and Brian Johnson with HDR. So a real summary of the scope of work. We're reconstructing the road between Daniel Street and Moore Lane, generally road widening, adding some pedestrian facilities, some storm drain. While we're there, going to replace the water line and then add street lighting. So why improve Monad Road? I have a series of just pictures here. We're going to go through these fairly quickly. One of them, the road's in tough shape. It's extremely rough over like the tracks. And, you know, lots of truck traffic. There's some detail here later. Access control, we're looking at adding a center turn lane. You have some of these sort of parking lots, if you will, that have, you know, a 100 or more foot access. So, you don't know where cars are coming in and out. So that's the access control piece. Improving safety. If you look at the guardrail that's out there, you can tell that there's some issues going on with the S-curve. We're also looking at, like with the sidewalk, having a boulevard. And then also the adding the lighting on the safety side. A little bit on the stormwater. When you get down into the S-curve, some of this drains from the public street, and this is historic, but the public street, this is fresh out of one of our rainstorms here, drains into some of these properties. So the new storm drain, we're going to have some stubs to where these challenges can be eliminated. You know, some of the properties, a lot of the buildings are below the old county road, so in a very large event, that can be a problem. So we're working with some of that to fix that. Looking at adding a sidewalk and a multi-use path and have some more detail on that. This is just a recent photo of somebody bicycling down the road. One of the other things, and this is a nice photo, shows where the traffic, on approaching Moore Lane there. Some of these cars that maybe are going straight, they pinch off the folks that are going to go to the right. So we're going to extend that turn lane so that we've got kind of 2 lanes there for turning movements. And I don't know this picture how far the cars went back, but this is an improvement. You've been there. So just a few things, design considerations, some of the snow storage for the boulevards, mitigating the stormwater, adding that multimodal element. There are no sidewalks in that area. And then one thing we've got to keep constant thought on is maintaining the traffic control during construction. And then we are adding 2 pedestrian crossings, one at Albert, and then Met has approached the project to add another ped crossing in front of their facility. So generally, what does this look like? And this is what I would call the western half. There's a multi-use trail on the left-hand side, 3 lanes, one in each direction, with the turn lane and the sidewalk. And this might be a little more detail on the west side, but that just gives you a little cross section of what that looks like. On the east side is a little trickier. Believe it or not, on the east side, there's Burlington Northern property on both sides of the road. So we're very constrained by the right-of-way that's there. And this is kind of the template that we can fit in there. So through the S-curve, we don't really have a need for the turn lane. But we also would probably want a sidewalk on what I'm calling the left-hand side there on your screen. Normally in a commercial area, we would do a 7-foot curb walk. In this case, we add a foot, that gets us the multi-use pass. So we're kind of checking 2 boxes with one swoop. Just a few data points here. I'm not going to get into all of these. The little highlight on the level of traffic, there's about 5% trucks on this road. There is no on-street parking now, and there will be none with the project. The signals, we're not proposing any changes. Here's one of the pedestrian crossings. This is on the east end at Albert Street, and this is where the sidewalk would end on the south side. Really to the east of that, we get into MDU property, Burlington Northern, so hence the crossing at this location. That would be a ladder style with a flashing beacon. And then over on the west side, this is west of Daniel Street. This is in front of Met at their bus stop. They were looking for a crossing here, so we're looking for a pedestrian refuge island with a flashing beacon. So now I'm going to get into kind of this is the city code checklist that I need to go through. I'm not going to go through the existing conditions as much because we all know kind of what's there and what's not there. But as far as the checklist, after completion, we are addressing the multimodal elements. We are connecting the multi-use path to the Moore Lane intersection there. Financial piece, we're currently at a $4.7 million construction budget. I think our budget is a little over $5 million at this point. Of that, like with the path and sidewalk, about $560,000. And then addressing kind of the maintenance elements, we took some estimates there. There's street maintenance fees, maintenance of the path, and then obviously with the sidewalk, that's property owners. So here's what the code requires on these elements. I've talked a little bit about those, but I wanted to have those in the presentation. This is kind of the summary in a nutshell. We don't believe there are any adverse effects that we can't mitigate with the project. And obviously the alternative is to sort of do nothing and it'll kind of continue to degrade. So what are the next steps? We will be going through the property owner assessments for some of the curb approaches, those kinds of things, sidewalk in the commercial area. Once the lighting is done, we would have a street light maintenance district. And then we've had a couple touch points with the public so far. Wanted to get to this group before we get too far along, but next step with the public's kind of our one-on-one meetings, sitting down, this is your parking lot, here's how the access is gonna work. We need to tweak this, those kinds of things. Those meetings will begin in August. And then we're in deep conversations with the railroad on the east end with some stormwater and other elements there. Hopefully construction in 2027. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fogelsong. Let's see, we'll start with Mr. Aspenleiter.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fogelsong, I completely agree with the project. It's a great project. This is an area that has desperately needed it, and it's not an easy area to work in. I mean, you got super tight constraints. The railroad is a huge problem. My questions here are around, like, this is an industrial area. I mean, I technically we kind of call it a commercial area, but really it's an industrial area. We're building a heck of a lot of multimodal stuff in an area that isn't going to see any multimodal traffic from my perspective. I mean, I can understand and agree with the crossings at the Met station. I can even understand putting sidewalk in, but putting them a 10-foot trail in and then an 8-foot trail in seems like way overkill in this area, and it doesn't connect to anything. I mean, you're going to dump that onto Laurel Road, which is a huge issue, and then from Laurel Road, it doesn't connect to anything either. So at $500,000 for the multimodal component of this project, that seems excessive for what could be sidewalks and a reduced portion of the budget. Can you help me understand why are we doing the multi-use trails?
Sure. Couple, in fact, I'm a picture guy. So here, I know I had the cross sections, but I want to show you where those multimodal facilities, if you will, are proposed. So starting with the sidewalk, that's the blue line on the south side that kind of connects all the businesses, but there's no real way to connect further east. So there is no sidewalk, on I would say the east half of the project. The green line on the north is the, I would say the separated multi-use path. Now, once it hits South Plainview, that's where we move it into right against the curb, quasi curb walk. So it, at least from South Plainview going east over to Moore Lane, it's the only, connecting mechanism, if you will.
Yeah, follow it, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
And I get that. But what I'm saying is, why don't we make that a sidewalk? Like, even if you put sidewalks on both sides of Monad between Daniel and Albert, and then you continue that sidewalk on from Plainview to Moore Lane, that seems and feels like it's more than sufficient to create pedestrian safety in the area. Like, I'm struggling to understand why we're building a big multi-use path there. That's my struggle.
Yeah, and I guess just one follow-up on that. We would be under that conclusion, if you will, sort of either the bicycle folks would have to be on the street, which I don't know that that's a great idea in the industrial street, but that would be the piece that we would be excluding, if you will.
All right, maybe let me ask this in one other way. This last one, is this identified in any trails corridor plan or anything like that? And is it how are we looking at Monad in the corridor study that Sarah is working through? And I know we're early in that, and she's redefining the map.
Absolutely.
But again, this doesn't connect to anything in the trails plan. So what are we doing?
Yep. Fine question. So the only plan that Like you said, I would have to follow up on the corridor plan because it's not done yet. But the only plan that I'm aware that speaks to this would be the 2016 bike and ped master plan. I have the name wrong of that plan, but it does show a bicycle lane connection. Now it doesn't specify what that is, but it's the line in the map, if you will. So one thing I could suggest, Councilmember Aspenleiter, is with council direction, there's probably a couple options there. I don't like the idea of not connecting the green line, if you will, over to Moore Lane. But really, what we're talking about is, in that left-hand section, 5 versus 10 feet. What I'm hearing, and that's something we can continue to think about it through the design. Maybe that's a bid alternate, or I'm not sure what the solution is.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, then Mr. Neese. We got a whole bunch of folks in line.
Mac, I really have a tough time putting all of this between sidewalks and trails and everything on the street. You ought to focus on Moore Lane, which gets more bike and pedestrian crossings than anywhere than along Daniel Street. There really isn't anywhere that they go except Moore Lane, and I have yet to see people on bikes or whatever there. The other place that they go is you go to the west of Daniel Street, and when you come by Par 3 down 20th Street, that could be enhanced to get out to King Avenue. And there's people that do ride their bikes down that way. And it's north-south area. I don't see anybody going through that area, especially because it is an industrial area. So I think you're spending money in an area that you could move those dollars to areas that people walking, people riding their bikes could use instead of using them in this corridor. I do believe you need to fix the roadways and the drainages in this area. But if you drive through there morning, noon, or night, you will notice that it is truly an industrial area. It's been that way for the 68 years that I've been around. And there's just not a lot of people that go for the evening stroll or whatever through this area. So I would take those dollars and put them into an area that would really enhance an area so people can appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Neese, then Mr. Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with what Councilmember Aspenleiter and Kennedy said. I'm not sure this is the wise way to spend the money for that shared use path. And I think replacing with a 5-foot sidewalk, bicycles are allowed on sidewalks outside of the downtown area, so they can ride on that sidewalk and still travel. There's not enough, I don't think, a traffic of passengers that would do that. Plus, it would add, by shortening up that sidewalk based upon your sketches here, you could add a three-foot parkway that would give a little bit of green space and separation between traffic and those riding and walking. So I would agree with them. We need to take a look at that. I do have a couple of questions on the right-of-way and NDU you mentioned. It seems to be pretty narrow. Are your negotiations trying to get them to widen the right-of-way? What's your negotiations on it? Is it just stormwater that you're trying to get them to negotiate with?
Some of that street drains down into I'm going to call it the southeast in that area kind of currently. So there's just, historically that's been more MRL, but now we're working with BNSF. So I would just say those are ongoing. I couldn't tell you if it's good or bad, but the good news is we're discussing that.
It's mainly stormwater, not so much right away.
Mostly stormwater. We're trying to kind of stay within the right of way. If we go too far north, we're like in business front doors, so okay. It's fairly constrained.
And is I think you said MDU and the railroad, will they be assessments once this project goes in? Does the city have to pay for those
I'll have to
improvements?
follow up on that question, Councilmember Neese.
Okay.
I don't know that answer.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, again, another question, because you showed the picture, and I don't have it. Kind of wish, and Kevin, maybe this is something we can start doing, is putting numbers on the presentation so I can refer to page numbers. But it has to say Y improvement Monad Road screen. And it shows the right turn lane. I've driven this road quite often, and this is a really confusing intersection. Maybe I don't drive it enough because I always seem to get in the wrong lane. I want to go straight and then left and stuff like that. Is there any way that this intersection can be reconfigured to allow either a left turn only lane, a right and straight lane, and then so that their ability on the opposite side of the tracks, Laurel Road, there's actually where you can actually have two lanes going to then merge into one if that's what we need to do it. This whole intersection needs a lot of work, and we're going to be building this out now. I think we need to make sure we're planning not just this section here, but the section to the left and this section across the tracks. Is there any design plans on this that we can see how that's all going to fit?
I would tell you that some of this is MDT a little bit, so there's some maybe coordination, but what kind of some of the stuff that you alluded to, I think there are some, and that we can talk to the design team about that, but how do you better know when you're off the page over here where you're really trying to go? Should you be in the right lane or the center lane? Because once you get to this intersection, it's too late. So there's probably some things we can do in the design.
I've had to make some U-turns down the road. So, I mean, because right is not right. Right is U-turn.
Right is, down.
And so I think there needs to be either better indication or maybe negotiate with the railroad to get some additional right-of-way so we can put in a left turn lane, maybe to the north, moving that whole road over a little bit into, I'm not sure if that's, when you said that right-of-way, is that the right on the north side of the road there? That's also railroad right-of-way?
I think there's a tiny little strip there, and then like teeny little strip of railroad, and then private property to the north. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's my comments on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Boyette, then Mr. O'Donnell.
Well, I just want to say thank you. It's about time. Over the years, I've seen many, many cars in the ditch trying to turn the corner, and they too sharp, and they end up 3 feet down because the turns are so sharp. So whatever you do is going to be better than what we have now. So thank you for doing it. Thank you.
Yes, I want to echo pretty much everything that has been said, but to add to it that I also have I see that Moore Lane, Monad Road conjunction right there to be really, really confusing and difficult sometimes, maybe even some dangerous. You know, I look at this thing and then I look at bicycle paths and walking paths, and I'm thinking that not only is it an industrial area, but it's quite a ways from any residential area. So it is. There's no retail around there really, except for D's Furniture, and I don't know anybody who's going to walk there to carry a sofa back home. I don't really see any need for pedestrian access in that area. As has been said, nobody's going to be taking a midnight stroll through the area, but it is industrial. It just seems like that the solution that you come up with is not really appropriate for that particular area.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Aguirre and Mr. Lindley.
Thank you. I happen to personally use this route almost every single day, and I do see people on foot and on bike. I do believe that this needs these improvements, and I will go further and say on the slide that shows from Albert to Moore, that whole path there. If you're not familiar with the area where it's green on Monad, just 2 blocks north of that is a whole apartment complex for low-income housing. Many of those residents rely on the bus system or the bikes or foot. And given that it's not too far also from the bus station, there is foot traffic there. And I personally know several women who've had to walk that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night because the bus isn't running at that time, and that's when they get off of work. So it is unsafe as it is right now, and I 100% feel these improvements will greatly improve the people in this neighborhood. And also, I'll say that the community off South Plainview, also low-income families. There's a lot of rentals. So unless you're really familiar with this area, you might not know these personal aspects of it. So I personally believe these improvements are 100% necessary. Thank you.
All right, so we have Mr. Lindley, Councilmember Nicholson, and Ms. Shaw.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I would say, well, first of all, I'd echo just that I think this is a very important project for all of the infrastructure pieces of it, for sure. And I would echo the general concerns from some other council members about the cost and exactly which type of path that we do, whether it's sidewalk or functional path. But I would say many of us up here tomorrow afternoon are going to be at the new courts facility, and the ICE facility just opened. And this path, whatever it would be, sidewalk or otherwise, would effectively get people that might be coming down, let's say 19th, a path to be able to get there. Now, it doesn't address something that, even if that is the case, would still be a big concern, which is that intersection at Laurel Road and Monad that goes over into Moore Lane. Like that's kind of a disaster. Is there anything from a pedestrian crossing perspective that's in the plans for that? Because I can see, and I guess I'm optimistically thinking that those two facilities down there, Amen, are going to be very busy. And ideally, kids going in the summer to do something productive with their time. So any ideas about helping bicycle pedestrian at that intersection?
Thank you, Councilmember Lindley. I know there's been some discussions in the past of sort of this bigger visionary with the ICE facility of like, how do you get from, I'm going to say, the north side of the tracks to the south side of the tracks just in this particular location. I know a grant was applied for maybe a couple years ago for some of that. I think those conversations still are ongoing with planning. With specific to this project, I don't have a solution for that. There's some MDT intersection things there, but there have been some concepts floated around with that.
Thanks.
CM Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple concerns, things to point out. One is that this may not be the best recreational bicycle or walking path, but it is a connection from the Plainview neighborhood, east of Moore Lane to 27th Street West. And so it would be with a multimodal trail, it would be a better route to get out there that doesn't really exist at this point. So I would speak in favor of the multimodal trail. The second thing is that we've got 35 mile an hour traffic moving east along Moore Lane coming into this S curve. And when we widen the road, people are going to go faster than, they already go faster than 35. I drive this segment a lot. And if we widen the roads, then they're going to go much faster into those S curves. We're already having lighting there for nighttime, but I'm concerned that this is a setup for people going off the road at higher speeds, and wondering if we can do some kind of measures to calm that traffic down by the time it gets to the S curves.
I got that written down here.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I haven't heard anybody speak against sidewalks, which I'm thankful for, that everyone is at least agreeing that we need some kind of access through this area. That's great. My concern about shrinking it down, and I definitely hear the cost concerns, and I'm not somebody who thinks every street has to serve every single modality. That doesn't make sense for us, for our city. But I look at, if you shrink it down to a 5-foot curb walk, are we going to end up with something like what's on Grand right now, which is not at all pedestrian friendly, and that's a very busy street?
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, fair question. I mean, I heard a couple things and I took a lot of notes here. So I heard from Councilmember Neese that instead of well, okay, let me step back. Sort of our standard, if we have to do curb walk because we don't have enough right of way in this particular case, sort of today, all policies aside, we would probably do a 7-foot curb walk just so you have a little space away from the traffic. We have about 8 feet there. So, you know, one of Councilmember Denise's suggestions was a 3-foot boulevard plus a 5-foot sidewalk. So there are a couple options that we have there.
Okay. Yeah, I would like that as well. I think just my concern is getting the distance from, it's a busy street, it's going to get busier.
Yeah.
Creating safety for people who are walking on it. And I think you could get to it either way. So if it's a question of how it gets bid out and then the choice gets made, I'm fine with that. But I just wanted to put in my 2 cents for that.
All right, Mr. Kennedy.
If we're really looking out for the safety of people and we're looking at the apartment buildings and everything, they would go better served going all the way over to 15th Street and then down and over to 20th. I really have a tough time putting walking paths and things like that on a roadway when you have an alternate method and you can go from over there by Fireside Lanes and the building, the apartment buildings there. I worked with the families in those buildings, and to move them, why would you put kids on a busy industrial road? It doesn't make any sense, and they don't go there right now. I would also look at getting them up to Central over to Moore and making sure when you reconstruct Moore, we have a way to come down. But you're also putting people, and if you sit there, and I have for hours watching, that corner and that intersection and the railroad crossing, once again, you're putting pedestrians in a real safety issue. And I appreciate that you're looking at the turn lanes and all of that, but it's so industrial, truck and car. I would not put pedestrian traffic or bike traffic in that area. Put an alternate route up to the north of it, move it over to Moore Lane, move it over to 15th and then over to 20th. Those are the safest methods, and you're not putting them amongst the trucks. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Fogelsong? Dr. Nicholson?
I'm concerned about where they're going to put snow. People complain when their driveways are covered with snow from the snow plows. Any thoughts on that as far as attached sidewalks versus detached sidewalks and boulevards?
Sure, Councilmember Nicholson. On the west side of the project, both sides, we have I'm going to say a boulevard space there for many reasons. One of which is snow storage on that east end. Not a lot of room we're obviously able to throw the snow to the south into the BNSF area, if you will. That's where it falls and melts as it is. But if we did do, like, say, the boulevard sidewalk there, that there is a slight amount of space there. I know our street and traffic, back to the comment of those parking lots that get flooded, I think they tend to try to throw the snow to the south generally, but that's the solution. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to public comment regarding item number 1. So if there's any public comment, please come up and give us your name, where you live, and take your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, administration. Paul Clark, Ward 1. Looking at that map and the businesses that caused the S-curve to be developed, we all know of it. We've been here 55 plus years. what was all there. It used to be a Harley Davidson shop. There used to be it's an industrial zone, and they took it all out. So with that whole method of that S-curve, and it's merely a suggestion, it's not my money, it's our money. Take them 5 businesses out, and you make a straight line to Moore Lane, and you're not worried about an S-curve. That I've been stuck on that road. I've tried to cross them railroad tracks many times going to work at Cisco and Continental Kyle, food warehouses. In a semi driving that corner, you have to be on your guard. You've got to know where all 18 wheels are at, because you will find a Volkswagen, Ford Pinto too far up on the line. Anyway, that's my suggestion. I'm all for sidewalks, of course. Put a tree in there too. But perhaps we can get these people to give up that land for whatever you want to call it. If the railroad wants to call it eminent domain, maybe we can call it that too. God bless.
Other comment regarding item number 1?
Hello, good evening. My name is Sonia Davis, and I'm a resident in Ward 1. And it's kind of crazy to me, the opposition for putting in access, like, to move around our city. If I am heading to King Avenue West, I live downtown. If I'm headed to King Avenue, I go to the United Way a lot to help out there, and I absolutely have to use Moore Lane, go across down Daniel, Moore Lane, and then cut across 20th. Like, there aren't a lot of straightaway paths because we have this railroad in the middle of our city, right? And so anything we can do to make it easier for people to move about, I think is a good idea. The nice thing about the reason why I take that stretch of road on Moore Lane is because it's wide enough. So there's plenty of room for big trucks and a bike, and then you have the sidewalk. But it's a little confusing as a bike rider, like when we're allowed to use a sidewalk and when we're not allowed to. Like, because I've been pulled over by cops downtown because this is like a business district. So that gets really murky. So if we have these like dedicated multi-use paths for people to know that this is where you ride your bike, that benefits everyone. It keeps the sidewalk clear for people in wheelchairs and strollers and whatnot, and then it keeps people out of the traffic lanes. And so I don't know. It seems like a no-brainer to me. I'm really confused by the opposition to it. So, anyways, I'm just asking you to make it easy on the citizens. There's a lot of like inconsistencies as far as where you're allowed to do something here, but you're not allowed to do it in this part of town. And so, just simplify, like keep it simple, right? Like I think that's the easiest thing to do. So anyways, thanks. Good night.
More comment on item number 1? Thank you for that, everybody. We'll close that part and move on to number 2, the economic and financial analysis of complete streets.
Yes. Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. Anne, are you on there, hopefully?
Yes, I'm here.
Hopefully you're here. Can hear me? Great. I'm going to ask Anne to go ahead and share her screen. Thank you all for having us tonight. If you could go ahead and allow her to share there. What's that? Talking to the microphone, is that better? Okay. I feel like I'm always like right up against it, but I'll get this pulled up here. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is the economic and financial analysis of complete streets in Billings. This is something that was really requested from the governing bodies about a year ago, maybe, to look at the impacts of different facilities in Billings. It was an MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization project. Oh, if you could. Oh, well, that's okay, Ann. It was an MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization project. And so this is going through the review process right now, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. I wanted to mention that we worked with an economics firm, Cambridge Econometrics. They have done a similar study to this in Massachusetts, and so they were super helpful. This is definitely something that is outside of my scope. I'm really grateful to Anne and her team with the expertise to do that economic analysis. And if you could go to the next slide, Anne. Okay, so Anne's going to give most of the presentation. I'll jump in here and there. But first, I just wanted to give a little overview of our Complete Streets policy. So the policy was first passed in 2011. It was updated in 2016. I just wanted to mention the policy is very flexible in that no one facility type is required. Just as you just saw on Monad Road, the engineers look at lots of different considerations when they're deciding what facility should go on that road. And the most common way that we've accommodated all road users in most recent arterial reconstruction projects has been providing that 10-foot wide multi-use path on one side of the road and sidewalk on another. As you also just saw, a great example here, the policy does require the City of Billings Engineering Division to present collector and arterial construction and reconstruction projects to the City Council at a 30% design. I think this is really helpful because it gives you all the opportunity to provide input as well as the public. And I've got a little snippet there at the bottom from our Complete Streets policy. So in terms of what is a complete street, the policy says that appropriate elements that make up a complete street would include sidewalks, bike lanes, shared use paths, designated transit lanes, safe and accessible transit stops, safe crossings for pedestrians, including median islands, accessible pedestrian signals, and curb extensions. So I just wanted to mention there's a list of things, but it's not like every single Complete Streets project has to have every element. These are just some of the elements that could be included there. And with that, I'll hand it off to Anne, and I'll pop back in every so often for some additions.
Great, thanks Elise. And is this volume okay? Everyone can hear me in there?
Sounds really good.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. So as you all know, Billings is certainly not new to investing in complete streets. It's something the city has been doing for a long time. And that's shown by the level of sidewalk infrastructure in the city. So the purpose of this study is not to recommend that any particular project is or is not implemented. It's simply to take a step back at all the work that has been done and try to understand what kinds of socioeconomic benefits there have been in the past, which can then perhaps help inform decision-making going forward. And the way that this report does that is through a three-pronged strategy. The first is with a very evidence-based, data-focused analysis, which we'll get into later on. But then we also consider stakeholder perspectives, where we chatted with several different organizations across the city on their perspectives of how Complete Streets benefit their organization and the folks that they represent. And I shouldn't say benefit, impact, whether it's positive or negative. And then the last component of the three is a literature review to see what kinds of research from other places across the country, what that research has found in terms of the impacts related to complete streets. So taking a step back and thinking kind of theoretically about the various different ways that a corridor could be impacted by a complete street component being added, we can think of a lot of different potential pathways here, including new business formation, property value increases, pedestrian activity and foot traffic, private investment, safety, there's potential emissions reductions, improving access to jobs, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, we couldn't get into all of these components for this analysis. So today I'm really going to focus on the first two, which are the new business formations and property values. I think some of you had the opportunity to look at the report in more detail, where you saw that we do also touch upon the next three in that kind of teal color. But because of data limitations, we didn't feel like the analysis there was as robust as the first two in blue. So today we're going to focus on just those first two. So the methodology that we use to assess these impacts is a case study analysis. And Elise can attest that it's not easy to select an appropriate case study in all cases. But we did provide these 5 kind of criteria and guidelines to help the Billings team. We really worked in close partnership with them to select the ultimate case studies that we used. And again, they were based on these criteria. So we wanted to make sure that there was a meaningful level of investment in a complete street that could, lead to some kind of measurable impact. We also were looking for areas that had a mix of land uses whenever possible, including residential and commercial, and in particular, commercial uses that benefit from increased foot traffic. We also, of course, needed sufficient data availability. As you'll see, our analysis relies on, in part, a before and after analysis. So we needed places that have sufficient data for both the pre and post project implementation period. We also wanted projects that had a clear start and end date to construction. Sometimes these kind of things happen in a phased approach, which make it hard to measure before and after. And lastly, we were looking for geographic diversity across the city. So before I get into what the actual case studies are, I do want to talk through the approach that we used. And I'll try not to get too technical here. Hopefully I can explain this in kind of an intuitive way. But it's a research technique that's very often used for this kind of analysis. It's called the difference of differences framework. And to kind of walk you through what that means, I'll first direct your attention to the graph on the left here. So this orange line that we see is the observed metric. In this case, we're looking at number of businesses in this kind of simplified example. So we can see that this area started with about 90 businesses. It was on a particular trajectory. Some project was implemented, some kind of, change. And then that changed the trajectory and the growth rate in that area to end at about 140 businesses in the post-implementation period. Now, in order to comment on the actual impact of I'm missing the word here, but the change that happened, the project, we would want to look at, well, how did the study area's actual performance compare to what we call the counterfactual? This is what would have happened if that corridor had not received the investment, right? Because it was already on an upward trend. So we can't say that it went from 90 to 140 simply because of the project. We need to see, well, what would it have been in the absence of the project? It still would have seen growth. So what we do, because of course the counterfactual is not observable, is we select a comparison area. This is of course challenging to do, but ideally this area would be similar in a variety of characteristics in terms of density and mix of uses and things like that. But importantly, be different in that it did not receive a complete streets investment. And so the assumption here is that without the complete streets investment, the corridor area would have performed at a similar growth rate to this control or the counterfactual comparison. So that's really where we get the two differences. The first is a before and after, and then the second is the corridor area as compared to the control area or the comparison area. So ultimately, we selected, again, 4 different case studies. The first is on North 30th Street, where they added striped bike lanes in 2011. And for that case study, the comparison area was nearby North 32nd Street. We also looked at Shiloh Road, which added a shared use path in 2010 and used 24th Street West as the comparison. And then Grand Ave and 54th Street West, which also added a shared use path more recently, though, in 2018, with a section of Grand Ave farther east selected as the comparison corridor. And then lastly, we looked at Lake Elmo Drive, which is a more residential area, which added striped bike lanes in 2020, so very recently. And for that, we used Babcock Boulevard as the comparison area. So I'll briefly hand it back over to Elise to cover a few construction costs and maintenance costs.
Yeah, so thanks, Anne. So one of the things that the council was interested in when we were developing this study is the various implementation costs and also maintenance costs for these various elements. So because we were doing this on a case study basis, we used these case studies to get the approximate construction and maintenance costs there. I just want to say this was definitely a learning experience for us too. A lot of the quantities tend to be combined together between, you might have asphalt for a road and asphalt for a shared use path. And so how do you separate all those things out? So good learning experience. So the complete streets elements for North 30th, so specifically the bike lane there, cost about $26,000 to implement. On Shiloh, it was about $1.9 million. That one, you had the shared use path on one side, sidewalk on another. Some of those kind of enhanced pedestrian crossings. You've got kind of more landscaping and that kind of thing. So the Grand Avenue project over by Ben Steele Elementary, from 52nd to Wilderness, and then we also included, because it was part of the same contract, 54th from Grand to Rimrock. That was about $462,000 for construction there. And then on Lake Elmo, the bike lane costs to stripe that one were about $31,000 or $32,000. So those were what we calculated for those. As you can see, they do vary quite a bit per linear foot, just based on the different elements that are included on each roadway. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not going to get into every single one of these, but I do want to just go over one bike lane example and one multi-use path or shared use path example. So this is North 30th. And so in order to kind of develop the methods for how we evaluate how much is going into this, I spent a lot of time with Derek Miller in Street and Traffic. He was very kind with his time, and I asked him about various elements of the roadway, like crosswalks, like pedestrian refuge islands. And I said, okay, what is it that you do at these places? So what do you do to maintain a pedestrian refuge island? Or what do you do to maintain a crosswalk? How often do you do it? What type of equipment do you use? And so we probably spent at least 3 hours together kind of discussing this, refining things. I spent quite a bit of time on my own going through this. He gave me kind of average wages. In terms of equipment cost, I used FEMA reimbursement rates, so that's how that was calculated. So anyway, diving into North 30th. So the crosswalk repainting on North 30th happens every year, so that costs about $7,700. That was another thing I learned in talking with Derek, is that things are somewhat variable in terms of North 30th is a pretty pedestrian heavy area with the hospital there, and so they do repaint those crosswalks every year. Now, in a less busy pedestrian area, they may not repaint them every year. But for places like around schools, all the school crosswalks, they try to get those every year. So I tried to ask for okay, what's the rule, across the board? And it turns out that there's, different ways that different things are treated. So I just want to say there's nuance there. And then I included a repair cost for the street based on the width of the bike lane. So assuming that whatever repair was done to the rest of the roadway would happen to the bike lane there. Then for the bike lane, you've got kind of more routine maintenance costs. You've got sweeping, you've got snow removal. For those, I got hours that Street and Traffic had spent on those various elements, and then divided by the number of miles that they were maintaining, and that's how I got to that number. Bike lane restriping, Derek gave me a number for that. It does generally happen every year. Public Works does have a machine that does the striping, and so that's fairly automated and quick, I would say. The bike lane symbol painting does not happen every year. It happens about every 5 years. So for both this and the crosswalk repainting, I went into Google Street View and counted every single bike symbol, and then multiplied the cost for one of those times, however many we had, and then got a yearly cost based on, I got a total cost and then divided that by 5 to get the annual cost. So anyway, that's a quick dive into how we evaluated kind of the bike lane elements of that. And Anne, if you could go briefly to the next slide. I'm going to kind of skip over Shiloh and give 54th and Grand as an example. Shiloh, because it's such a high traffic facility, there's different materials used there, so it's a little bit different. This is a little more typical. Okay, yeah, if you could go to the next one, Anne, thanks. Okay, so at this one, we looked at, there's the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which are those pedestrian activated beacons that flash kind of like this to help make drivers aware that you're there. So Street and Traffic does have to go out and service those sometimes. Sometimes they get hit, so that's kind of what that number is. Once again, I've got crosswalk repainting that is near Ben Steele Middle School, so they're repainting those crosswalks every year. I've got a slurry seal, which is a type of maintenance activity for the trail. And this is something that we don't do every year, so it's divided by the number of years in between that maintenance. Then you've got the more routine maintenance there. You've got sweeping, snow removal, mowing and weeding, and then spraying for weeds. Those are an addition because generally if there's just a sidewalk, then the property owner maintains that boulevard there. When we put in a trail, generally the city maintains that. And then they also had a category for generic trail maintenance, basically anything that just kind of doesn't fall into one of those other categories. Maybe there's some graffiti they have to go take care of or something like that. So for that, we got the annual maintenance cost for those two shared use, or those two roadways for the complete streets elements, was about $10,000. And then, yeah, Anne, if you could go to the next one. I'm not going to dive too much into this one. Very similar to North 30th. Came up with about $4,700 for that one. And then I think it's back to you, Anne. Is that right?
Great. Yeah, thanks so much, Elise. So before I show the results of our data analysis, I did want to just provide some caution into how to best interpret these results. So like any study, we faced some limitations and challenges. We had to make some simplifying assumptions. These included things like data constraints. So as I mentioned, for some of the metrics we would like to have looked into, we had limited data or not sufficient data availability to do a complete analysis. Also, when you're looking at a specific street corridor, it's hard to match that to any regular publicly available geographic district, such as a block group or things like that. So these are kind of custom regions. And then insufficient pre and post data was a limitation for some of the metrics we looked at as well. The comparison area, selecting those poses some inherent challenges. As I mentioned in explaining the difference in differences technique, a true counterfactual is a hypothetical. It cannot actually be observed. And so there are some simplifying assumptions that need to go into selecting a comparison area. And you know, given the scope of the work that we had here, we weren't able to look beyond kind of the matching of characteristics between the corridor area and the comparison area. Sometimes a difference in difference technique will run like a statistical software to help understand trends in the pre-period and match based on that. That was not within our scope. So what we were kind of tasked to do is a more simplified approach. And one thing I want to point out here is that because Billings is so good about implementing complete streets elements on most of their roadways, it was actually difficult to find comparison areas that don't have at least some level of complete streets elements. And this actually may lead to some kind of underestimation of our impacts because our control actually also is potentially benefiting from the complete streets elements that they have. There can also be spillover effects, which mean that the impacts from the corridor area and the Complete Streets project may actually also benefit some of the nearby streets as they also become more accessible to other populations. And so that can also lead to a potential underestimation of our results if the comparison areas are also benefiting from these corridors. And then a big one that's just, you know, again, a limitation of this kind of study is selection bias. And so this is the idea that projects often occur in areas that are already positioned for growth. And so it's hard to then tease out what components of that growth are, you know, a causal impact of the Complete Streets implementation versus just a product of the fact that those areas were already positioned for growth. So in the context of those limitations, we suggest that readers really interpret the findings in terms of of the case studies collectively. So any individual numerical estimate can be sensitive to these kinds of data limitations and external factors. But if we're seeing repeated positive trends across different contexts and different case studies, that's when we can start to point to at least a directional impact of, okay, it seems like all of these areas outperformed the comparison area. And so therefore we can draw a conclusion of benefit. So without further ado, I will dive into the actual results of our case study analysis in terms of property values and business licenses. So first, I'll just orient you all to the graphs that you're looking at here. The vertical dotted line is showing the year that the project was implemented. So in the case of North 30th Street, that was 2011. And then we can see the relative growth rates in these two different indicators in the before implementation period and after implementation period, with the orangey color being the study area, the darker blue being the comparison area. And then we also included the city overall as another kind of comparison to help understand how the corridor areas grew relative to the larger city. So in this case, we can see that property values more than tripled from 2011 to 2025, which significantly outpaced both the comparison area and the city overall. Similarly, with business licenses, we saw substantial growth, particularly right after the project was implemented, and that elevated level of businesses remained in the rest of the period where we have data. We see a similar story with Shiloh Road, where again, the study area is outpacing or outperforming both the comparison areas, so growing faster in the post-project implementation period than the other areas. With Grand Ave and 54th Street, we're also seeing perhaps some benefits. So in terms of property values, the study area did outperform the comparison area and the city. It grew by about 160% between 2017 and 2025. So kind of suggesting that there were meaningful impacts there. For the business side of things, it was a little harder to decipher these impacts, which were confounded by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which unfortunately disproportionately impacts the same kind of businesses that Complete Streets benefit, being cafe, retail, restaurant, things that are really driven by foot traffic. So it does look like directly after the project implementation, there was an increase, a growth in that kind of business activity, but it's difficult to say how much COVID-19 kind of tampered that. At Lake Elmo Drive, again, that's a more residential area, so we just focused on property values and not businesses. But in this case, it's a little harder to point to, strong positive impacts. We're not seeing any negative impact or sign of that. The study area did slightly outperform the comparison areas, but again, not enough to make any kind of meaningful conclusions about impacts there. So just to kind of wrap up, and I'll start with just another reminder about how to interpret these results. We're not looking at any particular numbers, and we're looking for kind of trends across these different case studies and different metrics. And, in general, we're seeing strong positive evidence as a result of this analysis. With the exception being Lake Elmo Drive, which is, again, more residential, had a smaller project, and is more recent. So a lot of what I, heard you all talking about from the previous presentation is concern about costs, and that's really valid. So what we also did is just a super high level analysis of the total additional costs associated with Complete Streets, so including construction and annual maintenance costs, and then compared those against the aggregate tax benefits from the property value difference and difference analysis that we did. And just looking at the very bottom line of this table here, we can see that the property tax gains exceed the project costs in almost all cases, with the exception being Lake Elmo Drive. So overall, these results point to, the benefits of Complete Streets in terms of property values outweighing the associated costs. And that's even without considering things like business performance, safety, community impacts, and things like that. And I know that there were a few questions about how this particular result was derived, so I did want to provide some additional detail here. I think there was some confusion, in particular about the fourth column here. So I just wanted to clear that up. So what this table is showing, and this appears in the appendix of the report, so we're getting a little in the weeds here. But what this table is showing is first the costs associated with the project. So the upfront construction costs, and then the annual maintenance costs, and everything in this table is adjusted for inflation to $2025. So it's all kind of comparable. And then the next column is showing the study area property values in total in aggregate for each year. And then we have what's, this idea of the counterfactual. So this is what if the property values in the study area grew at the same rate as the comparison area instead of their actual growth rate. So this shows what the total property values would be if they had instead had the comparison area's growth trajectory. And then that next column, the fourth column, is just the difference between those two things. So the actual versus the counterfactual. And I think there was some concern about the fact that we summed this column. And I think that's a really great point to bring up. So I did want to highlight it here. Because if this was instead of property values, if this was looking at, for example, employment, we would never want to sum those values across years. You know, if there were 4 new employees in 2012 and then, you know, still 4 new in 2013, we can't say that's 8 new employees. That's 8. It's the same 4 jobs that are carrying over time. The reason that we are adding things here is simply as an intermediate step to get to the property tax benefit. And that's because the property tax benefit is a benefit that happens every year. So properties are assessed and taxed every year. And so those numbers are additive. And so the only reason that we add a sum for that 4th column and those other columns is to just show that everything adds up, and that if you apply the same tax rate to the total over time, you will get that same 11.8 million. In the property tax benefit. So that's really, again, just an intermediate step to kind of get to what we're actually looking at, which is the property tax benefit, which is a logical step to kind of add that over time. So hopefully that clears things up. I'm happy to take any questions when we get there. And then I also just wanted to highlight that we tried really hard in this report to, again, really come back to this idea of how to interpret the results. So this is actually a direct quote from the report from the section that talks about the tax benefits, which says, as with other estimates in this report, these values are estimated based on several key assumptions and have associated limitations. However, taken all together, the direction and range of tax impacts can be drawn. In this case, it's clear that case study areas outperformed the comparison areas in terms of property values, which led to substantial increases in property tax revenues each year. So back over to you briefly, Elise, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. So this is a little blurry, I apologize. So this is included in the appendix of the report. Unfortunately, one of our kind of lessons learned is we need to start getting pedestrian bicycle data before these facilities go in. So in lieu of that, we have our bike lane count map where we do short-term counts throughout the summertime. And so what I did here is I used the same methodology that we use to calculate seasonal adjustment factors for motor vehicles in order to get an average daily traffic. I used that same methodology, in fact, the same exact Excel worksheet that I got from my coworker in engineering to calculate these seasonal adjustment factors so that I could then calculate kind of an estimated annual count in each location. So I won't go into each of these numbers, just want to say that based on these calculations, we've got somewhere between 79,000 and 107,000 rides annually on these counted bike lanes in 2025. And if you could go to the next slide, Ann. So similar thing for our multi-use trails. This one, the numbers are a lot higher. We're looking at more like 952,000 to maybe 1.6 million trips annually on those counted trails. And you can go to the next slide. This is another, just wanted to share some more data from you. This is a little bit unrelated to the case studies, but this is from our 3rd Avenue North bike lane counter. It's over by where they just took out the old Yagan house, and it's embedded in the asphalt there. So it's just always counting people going through on that cycle track. Just wanted to show you June's numbers. The highest one is 113. The lowest ones were generally on Sundays, where you've got about 40 people, or 40 rides rather, on the facility. But I just wanted to show generally we're somewhere in the 70 to 100 range per day there. And if you could go to the next one. This is just looking at those monthly counts at that facility. I did want to mention, unfortunately, the battery died in May, and so we're missing some counts there. But we had about 2,400 trips on that facility in June. Next slide, please. And then once again, we've lost the May count, so we're not sure exactly how many those were, but we've got about 7,200 rides so far between January and mid-July on that facility. Alrighty.
Sorry, I was
Yep,
muted.
yep.
As I mentioned in the onset of this presentation, we also supplemented our empirical analysis with some more qualitative conversations with stakeholders, and these include the Downtown Billings Association, LIFT, Big Sky Economic Development, the Chamber of Commerce, Shiloh Commons, and Intermountain Health. And across the board, we kind of heard some comments on these various different impact pathways, including improvements to things like quality of life, which we heard from several kind of more business related organizations that this is really a key selling point for business recruitment. We also heard that there are improvements to healthy living associated with active transportation connectivities, also just linkages and connectivity in general, public perceptions of the city, business development, accessibility and access to services, in particular for vulnerable populations, and then also some improvements or opportunities for different kinds of events and activities that bring the community together. And as I also mentioned, we also did case studies in other areas as part of this analysis, including, we also did a literature review of case studies in other areas. So this included Minnesota, New York City, and New Jersey, as well as a kind of literature review report that covered a lot of different studies and kind of found some of the common results across those studies. And so we're seeing here across the board, these complete streets projects are generally associated with things like rising property values, potential for increased retail sales, as well as things like improved safety outcomes and mobility. So this study is kind of not alone in its findings of some meaningful and measurable impacts related to complete streets investments. So just to wrap it all up, despite the data limitations and challenges that we talked about, we felt like this analysis was able to point to strong evidence that complete streets investments lead to increased property values and support business growth, as well as improving quality of life and accessibility. As we talked about, the increases in property tax revenues more than offset the relatively low construction and maintenance costs within a pretty short time frame. And then again, those conversations with local stakeholders kind of confirm that they're seeing this play out on the ground. And as Elise alluded to, ongoing data collection and performance monitoring will be really important to do this kind of research in the future and make sure we have really strong data to support performance analysis.
Okay, thanks. And I just wanted to go through a couple lessons learned from the MPO's perspective. This was definitely not an easy study to complete, and we really appreciate the help from Anne and her team. Definitely couldn't have done it without them. One thing we've mentioned a couple of times now is more pre-project data collection is needed. That's something we're already doing. We've got some, I believe, cameras out on Monad to see what the pre-construction pedestrian bicycle facility or usage is like out there. One thing, we've used this as very much of a technical analysis number crunching thing, so we didn't have a steering committee. This is probably something we would do in the future, kind of a lesson learned there, at least to help select case studies. Some of the limitations that Anne mentioned, I think, were, we definitely noticed during this process. And unfortunately, it's just like if we had a magic ball where we could, split the universe in two and have, what what would have happened and what really happened, that would be great. But as Anne said, that's just a limitation of this type of study. And so one of the other things we noticed is, like for instance on Shiloh, there's potentially more greenfield, which could mean more opportunity for development than on 24th, as an example. It was also difficult to select corridors. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I think that's somebody else. It was also difficult to select corridors with less complete streets elements in the same growth situation. And I say less complete streets because, as Anne mentioned, we have sidewalks on all of our roadways that we build, which is a complete streets element. And so you don't really have any streets that the city is building at this point where people are just walking on the side of the road, or at least new construction ones. And then separating out construction and maintenance costs for just the complete streets elements were difficult. As I mentioned, things tend to be lumped together, both in the bids and then also, for instance, in the hour tracking that street and traffic has. And then, it can also be difficult to separate out the complete streets effects from the overall transportation corridor construction and reconstruction effects. I think the city does a great job of being really fiscally responsible and doing these complete streets projects at a time when we're also doing other roadway construction projects. That also means that it made this type of study more difficult to do. Those are some things we've learned, maybe some things different for next time. Okay, so going on to the MPO review process, I've mentioned this to you a couple weeks ago about the 21st Street underpass. So this project was funded by our MPO, and so we have to bring this document to each of the governing bodies, which forwards a recommendation to the Policy Coordinating Committee. They're the ultimate one that takes action on this document. Mayor Nelson represents you all on the Policy Coordinating Committee. I wanted to say the city is informational only, and no future infrastructure investments are recommended as part of the study. This really came out of a desire from the governing bodies to complete this analysis, and so we've tried to provide the information as best as possible. And then I won't go through all the expected actions, but the plan is to bring this back to you at your July 27th meeting. And with that, I think we can take questions.
Thank you to both of you. It's 7:13, and I kind of heard a couple of rumblings for a break. So if it's okay, we'll take about 10 minutes, and we'll come back, and we're going to pepper you with questions about economics. So get ready.
Okay, well, it'll be mostly Anne answering.
10 minutes. Folks, why don't you have a seat? We'll get started again real quick.
Councilman O'Donnell, that would be you.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. Break is over, so we'll resume our meeting. We have, let's see, Mr. Kennedy and then Mr. Lindley.
Elise, did Ann and Dan come here and look at all of these places and these trails and all of that when they were doing this analysis?
They did not. We didn't have the budget for that, unfortunately.
Pardon, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. They did not. Unfortunately, we did not have the budget for that. Yeah.
That was my one question. So you just sent data to them. I have a problem with the property tax because you mentioned in there Intermountain Health and the Lincoln Center, and neither of them, they're public entities. They do not pay property taxes. And they may use the market value in that area on there, but it was put as part of the that raising property taxes and stuff. They don't pay it. Did you look at the downtown area that we spent $6 million on to change the whole downtown to putting the paths and moving the parking and all of that?
So, yes, council member, I would have really loved to look at that location, actually. Unfortunately, it was just completed too recently. We didn't have any after data. So, I mean, ideally, we would have done this study in maybe a couple years, and I would love to look at that when we do that.
That's too bad, because that cost the taxpayers $6 million to make all those changes down there, and that would have been some nice information on the complete streets. I want to, I go back quite a few years on Shiloh Road, when Shiloh Road was not even, when it was only a farm to market. I went back and lobbied Congress and Senator Baucus to bring the $44 million back to go with the Shiloh Road. I was chairman of the Highway Commission at that time. We allocated the dollars. We did it into 3 different sections, and we built it. The bike paths or the trails along Shiloh Road came at the very end that we looked at it and decided that we would put a trail along there. And it also came with a lot of negotiation and more cost. When the Yagans, they wanted to put an underpass into the subdivision on the west side, and there is a cost on Shiloh Road to put that in. And you'd have to look at what that underpass for the bike trail and all of that cost. And I didn't see any of that in the cost of striping and all of that, of real live construction costs. But I would like to make one comment. Way back in the 90s, we had federal funding, and it started off, and I went back to Congress and testified on behalf of it, was IC dollars. As we started with the first set of federal highway dollars, we were getting, at that time, probably about $2 and less than $2.10 for every federal dollar that we put in to highway dollars. At that time, we also had funding for trails, and we were designated in Yellowstone County and the city of getting designated dollars to start with the trail system. I am familiar with a little of that. I mean, I go back a few years on that. Those trail dollars over the years, after we went through 94 and then the funding back in, I think it was 98, and then we went with 2002, all the years of funding, we started seeing the dollars designated. And I think over the last 8 years, maybe 10 years, we saw that the dollars that were designated for trails and other means of transportation was cut drastically over the years. Now it's a state granted program that we have to apply to the state of Montana. Over the years, as when the county was approached, and I was county commissioner, and we looked at the benefits of the Complete Streets program, what we looked at is for every street and every reconstruct, we had to hire out the engineering, we had to hire out all of that and take a look at it. And the funding really cost us a third to half more to be able to do all of that as we were doing the reconstruct. The county has not gone with the Complete Streets program, and Shiloh Road was built not under the Complete Streets program. And as we look at that, I look at this and I look at the property taxes and how property taxes tripled. Well, we didn't have a complete street on Park Hill Drive, but the property taxes have tripled on my street. So, you know, I'm trying to figure out how you really came up with this and looked at it, that it's not costing us more. And I'm very disappointed you didn't take the biggest project that we had in the last 2 years and add it to the Complete Streets. So looking at this, looking at what's come out, looking at the consultants weren't even able to make it out, and look at that here, I have real skepticism on this study. So thank you.
See Mr. Lindley and Councilmember Nicholson.
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of questions. First of all, it looks like a lot of time and energy was spent on this, so appreciate the effort. When it comes to the value, the table that was shown, I mean, I guess I would say, I think it was certainly a fair question about should those values have been summed. I mean, I think that if you can bring that up, that'd be helpful. Thanks. Yeah, because I just think that 981 million there is just, I mean, that certainly is, I don't think that paints a very accurate picture. Maybe more importantly, I was curious about the attribution piece. So like, let's say the Shiloh Road project, it appears 100% of the growth was attributed to Complete Streets. Is that right?
Anne, would you like to answer that?
So, sorry, just a commotion outside my window. So no, not quite correct. It is the 100% of the difference between the growth in the Shiloh Road corridor and the comparison area. So the comparison area is supposed to help control for the fact that there was growth generally, right? To Councilmember Kennedy's point, you know, maybe his street also saw growth that tripled. So if that was the comparison area for our study, then our impact would be 0. If both the study area and the comparison corridor tripled, the impact is 0. So to clarify, it's the difference there. But yes, the idea with the difference in differences analysis is that the comparison is controlling for all of those other factors. And so we are attributing the difference between those things to the intervention, which in this case is the Complete Streets investment.
Got it. Thanks for the clarification. I still think, my general thoughts, I think still stand with it, which is, and you mentioned it a little bit towards the end, that when you're looking at Shiloh, you're looking at Greenfield. And then when you're looking at 24th, it's far, far from it. It's very different. I guess, if I think about, although I do believe that the path that's there by Shiloh, I use it, my kids use it, I know a lot of people use it. So I think it's great. But if you remove that path, I find it hard to believe that there's going to be much less growth in that area with everything that's been there because of the greenfield. I think for me, all that to say, I guess I'm just concerned about the study results because I think it's so easy to point to things that don't quite make it, that they just don't quite pencil out. I would say I generally support complete streets, but the thing is, even saying that is kind of a strange thing to say because complete streets is like, any of these multitude of things that could be used in combination. So I guess what I would say is that personally for myself, more than anything else, I support safety. And I think in a lot of cases, these projects that are components of complete streets do help with safety. But at the same time, when you do a complete street project, it looks like, worst case scenario, we're talking 13% additional cost or 13% of the project. And these are multiple $1 million projects. So I think, I guess I would also say, yes, I support making sure that we can build streets that include all the safety features for the community, but doing it in a way that is going to be just cautious that we're using the minimum amount of funds that we need to get to that place is what I would say. All that to say, I know a lot of effort was spent on this, but I feel like the outcome and the results are just hard to take seriously.
Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of you know I'm a psychiatrist and I'm used to dealing with difficult studies, subjects that are hard to study, and you come up with studies that you have to use to determine how you care for a complex patient, and you know that there's a lot of problems. And I think this is one of the studies. Yeah, this is just a hard subject to study. And you're never going to find a study looking at this kind of stuff without lots of problems. And so rather than look at, the individual numbers, it's probably better to look at the big trends. And what I can see from this study is that the cost of building and maintaining complete streets is not crazy more expensive. It's more expensive, but it's not crazy more expensive. Complete streets are associated with increased property values, and you can nitpick about how much it is, but the trend is there, and that's been shown in other communities. This study suggested too that it helps with walk-in foot traffic in business districts, which helps businesses. It also showed that people do use bike lanes and sidewalks. We have numbers for that. A lot of us are good at saying we never see anybody there. Well, the counters see people there. But most of all, I want to say that complete streets are an automobile-centric approach. You never talk about adding a street to a sidewalk. You never talk about adding a street to a bike lane. What this policy does, it gets pedestrians and bicyclists out of the way of automobiles. And if you have the choice between having a bike lane for cyclists or no bike lane and cyclists going down the main lane of the road, which would you really want? And that leads to another thing. What we haven't factored in the safety benefit, the cost of safety benefit. What does it cost to kill somebody? What does it cost to disable somebody? That's huge. If we factored that in, that'd be big. So, yeah, as you can tell, I think, the last thing is, again, we don't make every street a complete street. We talked about that tonight. there was a difference of opinion, but it brings the subject up. And we don't have to have every aspect, every street. And so we do have some control of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell and Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I have 4 points. Hopefully I'll make them quickly. But the first thing I want to say is that I hope all of you realize the same thing that I do, that I really appreciate this discussion, because listening to so many different perspectives on issues is really entertaining. It's really exciting to listen to all these different things that never occurred to me, and I enjoy it very much. I have a lot of respect for my comrades here. I wanted to mention about 50 years ago, the senior pastor at Emmanuel Baptist Church, now at Shiloh and Monad, was downtown. The church was downtown, I forget where. And they bought land out on Shiloh. People said, way out there? So it was figured by some people at the time that Shiloh was going to be the new center of town. It hasn't worked out that way, but it seems to me that this report is taking credit for a lot of things that were naturally going to happen anyway. So as as council member, former Commissioner Kennedy was talking about, when Shiloh was rebuilt, whatever, it's natural that things would come to that. It seems to me like Safe Streets is taking credit for that. Is that too far off?
Thanks, council member, for the question. I think so. I mean, there was an improvement. We started looking at 2011 and the change from then when the roadway improvement happened. Now, certainly there were roadway improvements as well that went along with those complete streets elements. So I think we're really looking at that change that happened after the roadway reconstruction with the complete streets elements.
Yeah, the point that was made is that it has nothing to do with complete streets, though. As Commissioner Lindley was, I think, was saying, is that if you got rid of those the walking paths and the bike paths, it wouldn't affect the growth along there. It's as Councilmember Nicholson was saying, we're an auto-centric world. There might be some people who from Olympic Village would walk across the street to go to the movie or to have something to eat, whatever, but they could just as well get in a car and go across. I don't think that if the sidewalks weren't there, I don't think it would make any difference on there. So, but you mentioned, so it's interesting, you mentioned the difference to differences approach. And it seemed like they were saying earlier that that's a methodology that's used frequently, but I rarely see it here. I mean, I don't see the connection here. The characteristics of Shiloh are not anywhere near the characteristics of the comparison on 24th Street. 24th is established. It's a established area. Shiloh is growing. There's a lot of empty land right there to be developed. I don't see any connection right on there. The other thing is in terms of the increase in property tax. I don't want increase in property taxes. I don't want property tax burdens on people. So anything that artificially creates more property value, taxable value, to me is a burden to be avoided. But the one thing is that in terms of the methodology, it said it was a rigorous data analysis. I don't see anything rigorous about it at all. I'm just saying it doesn't look rigorous to me. It looks like what happened was that people took coincident facts, things that were happening at the same time, and they confused that as a reason for saying that they're causal conclusions. And that to me is not scientific at all. Things that happen at the same time are not necessarily connected. I think that's a major fault of this study. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shaw.
Okay, thanks. a lot of time goes into a study like this. You guys have put a lot of work into this. Thank you for that, for analyzing this. Thank you to the team that came on board to do it. I think part of the problem, I think, is council was not very clear about what we were looking for in terms of analyzing complete street, in my opinion. I don't think we gave a very clear direction. So I don't think that that's the fault of the team that came back with this analysis. I think you guys did the best you could with the information you had from council. We were a little unclear. But I want to jump off of something that I heard Councilmember Lindley say, because it kind of, a light bulb sort of went off in my head of like, is our problem, I mean, we could get into going through the numbers one by one. We could spend hours on that. But is our problem really more a narrative one, that actually what we're trying to build are safe streets? And should we just have a safe street policy instead of a complete street policy? I know that it just sounds like it's in the name, but to me, it's a lot easier to slot things underneath the guise of safety, of like, on this street, this would make it safer in these ways, X, Y, Z. Versus I think the narrative issue with complete streets is it makes it seem like we're trying to artificially do a bunch of things to complete them that don't need to be done. That's just my perception, is that I think that that's where we're kind of butting heads, is that I think we all want safe streets. And maybe it's just a question of asking planning, can we just readdress this as we have a safe street policy in Billings? All these things can fall into it. One of the things is these big projects are going to come back at 30%, so we all get to weigh in again. I don't think we have to make gigantic changes, but I think we could more get easily on that same page. That's my suggestion.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I, for one, appreciate the study. Thank you for that. I thought I was going to wrap up and say goodbye, but yep, gotcha. And I'll just call him Mr. Aspenliner then.
So I'll skip the questions about the data and stuff. I can't. A lot of this stuff doesn't pass the smell test for me. A lot of the analysis and the comparisons are greenfields versus developed, which are, you know, apples and horses in comparison from an economic standpoint. I don't think that this separates the difference between the improvements generated by, you know, the complete streets components, the sidewalks and the trails. I think it disproportionately tries to attribute economic activity and growth to multimodal stuff, which, if that were the case, we'd build a city for mopeds and walkers and not for people driving vehicles in our community. But at the end of the day, I think Councilwoman Shaw is right. I mean, what we're talking about is wanting safe corridors and safe infrastructure. And I think the whole complete streets mantra pushes us in a box that maybe at one point in time was necessary, but I don't think today is necessary at all. If you just look at our own public works standards for roads and our road design templates and the way that we build infrastructure in this city, generally speaking, we do all of the things, and complete streets is attributed to being kind of I think it's misapplied in some areas, but it becomes this boogeyman for us all to argue about from a policy standpoint. And really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What I'm more focused on, I guess, than this study is the corridor study that we're working on with planning and public works. I think that's a more targeted approach to identifying corridors, east and west, north and south, in our city, in which it's appropriate to build multimodal facilities on if you want to ride your bike or you want to walk. Corridors that make sense for vehicular travel that are not going to be fun to ride your bike on or to walk on, but are beneficial to vehicular travel. Corridors that overlay for transit and transit expansion. And that's the direction we're going. If you look at our road templates, we incorporate a lot of these things already. You know, you saw it on Monad with the trail. I would argue in that's a complete streets element that pushes us down a line that probably doesn't make sense. I mean, you're going to add another $5 to $10 a linear foot for sidewalk that to go from a 5-foot sidewalk to a 10-foot path. Does that really make sense on Monad in an industrial area? Probably not. So let's invest wisely in the infrastructure and identify the corridors that we want to focus on vehicular and pedestrian travel and do that. And I think we're working down that path. Sarah in Public Works is working diligently on that. There's map development that's going on that I got a sneak peek at that I think will lead us into more conversation. So I guess for me, the study doesn't matter. I highly doubt that you're ever going to get the county commission to acknowledge or accept this, to then take it to the interim planning, the planning commission or whatever we call that thing that the mayor represents us on. So I don't know us taking formal action on this really makes any kind of sense whatsoever unless we have to because it's an MPO.
I'm going to let Laura answer that question.
And if we have to, then you've got big time challenges because there's no way I'll vote for this study.
Thank you, Councilman Aspenlighter. We understand that. This was our best attempt to provide this information that we've been kind of hearing the last few years. And, you know, right or wrong, I don't think any of us up here, including staff, think that building a complete street is the reason property values increase or those complete street elements. I think what we're saying is that the way the city of Billings is building streets is a great way that you guys do it. Public Works does a great job of trying to accommodate as many users as they can. And I think that is what's driving the better development in those green fields because of that access with transportation. Now, you can't have one without the other. This was an MPO project. We did a UPWP amendment, and the City Council, County Commissioners, the Planning Board, and ultimately the PCC requested that we follow through and complete this study. As far as the MPO goes, we fulfilled our job. We completed this study. It's very similar to the PED bike plan that we brought forth a couple of years ago. If there's no, depending on what action happens at PCC, it does need to have some action at PCC, whether it be approval, adopted, not adopted, accepted, not accepted. That's what needs to happen. But as far as our commitment to using our PL funds, we have done that. The planning board is forwarding a recommendation of, I hate to say adoption because we're not recommending anything from this. It's just a technical information document. But it's ultimately up to the council on how you decide to ask the mayor to act at PCC when this comes forward.
So my question here, and I guess this isn't a question, it's a general comment. We have to be careful about attacking these documents. And I think one of the biggest Achilles heels with this is this feels like a completely homered document. Like it was completely a home cooked meal. There wasn't one participant here that wasn't a huge supporter of this policy. And the electeds that have a problem with this policy also weren't involved in this discussion and development of the document along the way. I mean, the groups that you indicated you surveyed and you talked with were all big supporters. There isn't one that is a detractor of the policy. And so you lose credibility when you do things like that with these policies, because guys like me who don't support complete streets and the way that that's framed in our policy look at that and say, oh yeah, well, there we go again. We handpicked all the people that want to tell us what we want to hear, and then that's what we've been presented in the document. Whether it was intentional or not, this is where involving and engaging some members of council that have a cross-section of opinions, whether you like them or not, at least gives you some credibility that not everybody at the table was drinking the Kool-Aid. And the document comes out with at least some flavor of dissent. This has no flavor of dissent whatsoever.
Thank you for your comments. I will just state that we purposely tried not to include a lot of the bike ped advocates in this. We reached out to a business owner on Shiloh Road. We reached out to Lyft just because they are big users of the system. We took weeks to try to determine which routes to look at. It's very difficult because to do a comparison with routes where the city is already doing such a great job of providing sidewalks and crosswalks. It was very difficult, and we took weeks, and we worked with Public Works Engineering talking about the best projects that we had data on. We would have loved to include downtown. We just didn't have enough data to do a comparison for that. We learned a lot of lessons from this. And again, we're trying to listen, and we're trying to benefit the city, the county, our region in transportation planning. So we're not here advocating one way or the other for the policy. We were just trying to do the best under our ability and the budget we had to provide information. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neese wants to jump in.
Thank you. I thought Councilmember Boyett was before me. Okay. Thank you. I just want to echo the fact that I really am for safe streets for our kids. You know, safe routes to school is where I'm going to advocate for this type of development. But I agree with what Councilmember Aspenleiter said wholeheartedly. And that's about all I'll say because I know we want to move on. Thank you.
We do. Thank you. All right, we're going to open it up to public comment on item number 2. Public comment on item number 2. We're going to move on to item number 3. Ms. Dahl.
If I'm the guy driving the bus for solid waste, I'm going to be knocking on your door, Mr. Ifland, about getting to the top of the next agenda. I feel bad for him.
Well, I completely missed that. Good evening, council. I understand it's been a long night. We have a lot of information to share, but we're gonna just try to hit the high points for you and get through this. We're here to talk about the civil litigation process, but that does require a little bit of context. And so, as you're aware, the city attorney's office has some main functions. The city attorney is obviously your chief legal advisor. We're responsible for providing legal guidance to mayor, city council, other city officials, boards, commissions, and department heads, and that goes on, as well as representing the city in legal matters and court cases. The role of the city attorney is to ensure that the city's actions are in compliance with state and federal laws, as well as to protect the city's interests in legal disputes. The city attorneys, myself and my team, have a key role in drafting and reviewing city ordinances, resolutions, contracts, providing advice on the interpretation of these documents. As the legal advisor, we also provide training and education to city employees and officials on legal issues related to their duties. So much of the work that we do is obviously handled behind the scenes, but the city attorney, myself, and my team may be involved in just about every facet of local government. So the purpose of this presentation tonight is to focus on number 3 that you see here, based on questions that council members have had over the last several weeks and months about civil litigation and the process. So that's what we're going to focus on. But first, I just want to say the job of the city attorney is to keep the city out of legal trouble and to defend the city when it gets into legal trouble. I obviously cannot do that alone. I have an excellent team, and I just want to take a minute for everybody to introduce themselves. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background about me. I think I've shared this with people, new council members during orientation, but I'm not actually sure I have shared this with everybody. So my background, I've been practicing for 25 years. I started as a deputy Cascade County attorney in Great Falls, prosecuting misdemeanors and felonies. After that, I worked in the Hill County Attorney's Office for 13 years, 8 of which I was the elected county attorney and handled a full felony criminal caseload. And I also was responsible for the same types of roles and responsibilities I have here, civil matters on behalf of Hill County. I came here in 2016 and have been here for almost 10 years now. And as you know, the last 5.5 as your city attorney. I've been involved in a number of task force boards, other associations, things like child protection team, sexual assault response team, mental health local advisory council, domestic violence task force, fetal infant child mortality review member. I have been a board member of the Montana County Attorneys Association. I was a board member of POST, the Public Safety Officer Standards and Training Council. I've also been a volunteer board member for United Way and HRDC District 4. So I've a variety, a wealth of knowledge in my background, and I just want to pass it on to whoever's going to be next, just to get the opportunity to introduce themselves as well.
Good evening. My name is Laura Watson, and I started at the University of Montana School of Law, where I graduated. Since that time, I've spent the entirety of my career here in Billings, serving in the public sector. And what that means to you is I've spent my entire career up until, 15 months ago, since I moved to the city, at the Yellowstone County Attorney's Office. So some of you guys know that are sitting up there, because I've worked with you over the entirety of my career. While I was at the county attorney's office, I probably touched every type of case and worked in every area of the office. As Gina indicated, you start out doing justice court. I did all sorts of felonies. I was the only attorney that was doing youth court for probably about a decade. And then I moved into some civil areas within the office as well. So I've had a varied and extensive career at the county attorney's office, and came to the city, as I indicated, 15 months ago. And so now I am the attorney here at the city that does primarily all of the public records requests. I also have, I believe it's probably 6 different departments as well. I deal with code enforcement, I deal with the IT department, finance, facilities, the library, parking. I think I've named all of them. My day-to-day primarily is hopefully spent covering the public records requests. I say that because they are prolific, and in the time that I have been at the city attorney's office, I can tell you that they've become more complex, and the number has increased steadily. I grabbed the numbers right before I came up here today, and it looks like compared to last year, we're at about 154 more public records requests than we were at this same time last year. So they are coming in volumes, and as I indicated, they're more and more complex. I know you've heard all of this during budget, so I won't belabor the topic, but that is what I do for you and for the city at this point. Thank you.
Thanks. Daniela.
Good evening, council members. My name is Daniela Pavic. I am the Assistant City Attorney. I, like Laura, graduated from the University of Montana School of Law in 2006, and I have practiced my entire career in Billings. I, unlike my colleagues, spent most of my legal career in the private practice, so I primarily handled civil litigation matters, running the gamut of employment, litigation, car accidents, contract disputes, oil and gas, all sorts of stuff, trust and estates. And then I focused a large part of my practice on employment law, so the both litigation and then also the advice to employers, so policy review, discipline issues, severance agreements, all of that, wage issues. I practiced most of my career with the Crowley Fleck Law Firm. I was a partner there for almost 10 years and 5 years as an associate. And I have been with the city since November of 24. I, like Laura, have several departments under my assistance. So I work with the PD, with airport, with human resources, with fire, airport, I think I mentioned, And I also am the primary contact when there is civil litigation filed against the city. So I assist in that manner as well.
Good evening, everyone. I know I've met most of you, but my name is Jessica McKee. I'm a deputy city attorney for the city of Billings. I was born and raised in Billings, and I'm the 5th generation of my family to live here. I went to law school in Missouri at the University of Missouri and have practiced for the last 19 years in complex civil litigation as well as criminal litigation for governmental agencies, including municipalities and the state. I've represented the city of Syracuse, New York, as an appellate counsel and also counsel to their zoning commission and planning for a few years. I also worked for the state of Missouri with the Missouri Attorney General's office as part of their death penalty team handling homicide cases. Most recently, I've been here for the last 3 years. I handle public works, planning, and we're an excellent team. We sort of consult on everything. So it's nice to be here tonight.
And we should have Todd on Zoom, who's going to introduce himself now.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Todd Korn. I hope everyone can hear me tonight. If you can't, please let me know. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you via Zoom. A little about me. I'm from Southern Indiana. I've been an attorney for close to 35 years. I went to law school at the home of the National Collegiate Football Champions in IU. I have practiced in both the public and the private sectors throughout my career, experienced in both criminal and civil matters. Been elected prosecutor for 4 terms in Indiana. Moved to Montana with my wife in 2018. We both became a member of the Montana Bar shortly after that. Worked at the Yellowstone County Attorney's Office before moving to the city in 2021, I believe it was. With the city, I have worked in both the criminal and the civil side. I believe I have probably worked with every department in the city, or worked for every department in the city. I currently help our civil team with contract review, project assignments, and overflow of their different assigned duties. Now, some of what I have to say tonight may already be familiar to you, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to provide a little context to the rest of the presentation from our team tonight. Each of us do plan to speak, and when we're finished, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. So, being a longtime attorney, this is not new to anyone. Attorneys are an easy group for people to dislike. And, been my experience that people who dislike attorneys in general tend also to really like their own attorney. I think that comes, in my experience, through good communication. You develop a good relationship with your client, and you become a team of a sort to get different things done. Now, that's a difficult thing to do, oddly, for a city attorney, and that's because of who our client is. Now, when I say that, communication as an attorney is not just simple conversation. Our communication, as it relates to litigation matters in particular, is governed by our duty of confidentiality. That comes from the rules of professional conduct that we have to abide by. Those provide our guardrails about who we can and who we cannot share confidential information with. Now, that's an easy analysis to make if your client is an individual, obviously. Share whatever you want to with that person. In this case, as a city attorney, our client is the city of Billings. The city of Billings is a municipal corporation. It exists as its own legal entity. The city of Billings is not comprised of, I mean, no disrespect when I say it this way, it's not comprised of the mayor, the council, any department of the city employees, or the city administrator. It is a corporate entity, the same as any corporate entity that you might be familiar with. So, as a attorney representing, or as a group of attorneys representing a client who has an organization, how do we communicate with that entity? How do we develop that good relationship with that entity? Well, it becomes more complicated. who we can communicate with for strategy, who can we consult with on making decisions in litigation when it comes to an organization. That's only those people who have a duty to know or a need to know. Our office believes, and this with respect to the city of Billings, that is the city administrator. We get that information and that position from the city charter. The city charter is basically the bones of the city entity. And that city charter says that the mayor and the council are the legislative arm of the city. It's their duty to make policies, to oversee city government. 3.08 of the city charter says that the policymakers, the mayor and the council, shall not give orders or direction to employees of the city. When it comes to litigation matters, we read that to mean we should not communicate confidential information in the way that we would with a typical client to the mayor or to the city council. We read check 4.03 of the city charter to say that it is the city administrator who speaks for the city when it comes to matters of sharing confidential information. It's the city administrator's duty to execute the policies that the legislative arm of the city wants to have put into effect. And so it is our position that communication has to occur with the city administrator when it comes to confidential matters involving litigation. I'm giving you a very high level view. It's hard to get into the nuances of it in a brief session like this tonight, but long story short, that is our position on communication, and we would like to be able to share as much information as possible with you, but it's not always possible. So having said that, I believe Jessica's next in line.
Oh. Oh, it is. Or not. I hit the arrow. Oh, thank you. So these are some rules of professional conduct that I'm going to go over the next two slides. Oh, I apologize. These are rules of professional conduct that apply for attorneys. I have two slides on them. This first slide, I think, is probably one that all of you up there can relate to. I call it the good friend rule, and I mean that. It says, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent, professional judgment and render candid advice. In rendering advice, a lawyer may refer not only to the law, but to other considerations such as moral, economic, social, and political factors that may be relevant to the client's situation. So the reason I call this the good friend rule is I think that is exactly what a good friend does, right? They're the person that gives you the clear advice. That rule specifically speaks to the fact, and I heard it here tonight actually, listening to a couple of the conversations that happened prior to our presentation. I know Councilman Nicholson had indicated at some point, what is a life worth? There were a couple of comments that kind of peppered into this rule, because what it really says to you is there's a lot of considerations, right, that we have to take into account. Advice that we may give isn't just going to give you the legal advice. We represent the city, we represent the people of Yellowstone County, and so, or I guess the city specifically, we have to take into account more than just what the law says. we have to look at those other considerations that are outlined in this rule. And so I think, just as a good friend would tell you, that's a bad haircut, or that outfit makes you look fat. Being funny here, obviously, guys, but that is what a good friend does for you. They give you all the information, and then you're able to make informed decisions. The next rule is the rule I call the "it depends" rule. It's the rule that everybody hates attorneys about, but it does say that a lawyer shall provide competent representation to a client. Competent representation requires the legal knowledge, the skill, the thoroughness, and the preparation reasonably necessary for the representation. So to me, that means you got to know what you don't know. Oftentimes people come up to you. In my career, as I indicated, I was with the county attorney's office for over 24 years. And I can tell you I fielded questions constantly from law enforcement or various members of the community where they want to call you and they want to get a quick answer because everybody thinks the law is pretty black and white. It's not, however. You're all familiar, I guess the best way to look at it is that it's fluid, it's in flux, it's always evolving, it's always changing, and that's a good thing. But because that happens, it's really important for you to keep up. And so if someone reaches out to me and I might be certain of what the law is, I still, as an attorney, am required not to give a knee-jerk response or an answer. I mean, very little of the law is pretty black and white. I mean, some of the speed limits outside, it's 25 until you hit Dealer Park, right? Then it goes to 35. I mean, that seems like those types of laws that people are expecting. It's not the reality. Attorneys have to look at what's the most current law. Has the legislature changed the law? And of course, we know that that happens every couple of years, right? Also, we have to look at what the case law is. And what that means to everybody is we've got to go back and research and see, is there a judge somewhere inside Montana or federally that has interpreted certain things that make the law that seems black and white to somebody reading it different? And so it's really important that we don't give off-the-cuff responses or advice to things. We do look at weekly updates when it comes to new case law and things like that. When you go into a lot of these older attorneys' offices, I mean, I love it. When you look at attorneys' offices, they'll have like these bookcases, these bookshelves full of these beautiful old books, right? They look great in all the movies, but they're different titles. Each one of those different books is a different area of the law. So while a lot of attorneys are real arrogant and we think we know everything, I can assure you none of us know all of it. You specialize just like a doctor does. And so I think one of my colleagues told me there's 99 titles. I actually didn't know that, but that's 99 different areas of the law. So we're generalists at best, and we like to be able to give you really good information, but we also don't want to sell you on something that we're not certain that we've looked into recently and that we can say you can rely on this completely. The law hasn't changed. There's not a new case that just came out minutes ago that has made that somehow dynamic. So that's it.
So I'm going to try to take you through the stages of litigation or typical civil litigation as quickly as I can, because I know we've been here for quite a bit of time already. So every lawsuit or claim against the city begins with the city receiving some kind of a document. It's either going to be a summons and a complaint, which are the first documents that start a formal lawsuit filed in court. It could be filed in district court, it can be filed in federal court. We also see what are called pre-litigation demand letters, which is not a formal lawsuit, but it is a request from the city for money for a resolution before a lawsuit is filed. And then you can see complaints filed with administrative agencies like the Montana Human Rights Bureau, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, unemployment insurance benefits, those types of complaints with our agencies. Those are usually charges or also complaints. We must file an answer on behalf of the city for the lawsuits, or we can be defaulted. It's usually a very quick turnaround, so you have to file an answer within 21 days. So you must be aware of that. There's only one person in the city of Billings who can be served with a lawsuit, and that is the mayor. So please do not accept if someone attempts to serve you, and I've actually been attempted service on and I had to decline. So the mayor is the only person with that prestige. And once the mayor has it in hand, the city is deemed to have been served, and then that clock starts ticking for us to prepare our response.
So heavy is the head that wears the crown.
So making sure we don't miss that deadline is really important, because as I said, if we don't file that answer, that first appearance, we can be defaulted. You can try to get a default set aside, but that's not the way you want to start a lawsuit. We then have to, as the city attorney's office, it's our responsibility to make sure that no information that is in our possession, custody, or control is destroyed. A lot of us have auto deletes on our emails. We purge our inboxes. We purge our documents. One of the important things is, as soon as we know there's a lawsuit, we know that there's a claim, we have to make sure we hold on to everything that our employees, our council members, our officers may have in their possession. Experts we've hired, don't get rid of it, because one of the potential ramifications is that the court can sanction you and award damages, can award judgment against you. That has happened in the past in cases. Judge Todd awarded liability against a railroad for destroying a box that an employee had tripped over, and the lawsuit was about his injuries. And the railroad had not preserved that box, and he entered liability against the railroad in that case. Not only do we have a duty to keep a hold of all of the potential evidence that we have, another duty is we do not want to create any evidence going forward that can be used against the city. So you might not think a casual conversation with someone, a Post-it note, a text message, an email might be detrimental to the city, but it can be if it's about a subject matter of a lawsuit. So those are the two duties we want to be aware of and have our employees aware of. So when you get that litigation hold and preservation evidence notice from our office, please take that seriously. Ask us questions. It's a cumbersome document to read, but it's necessary to protect the interests of the city. So once we move past the claims notice and pleadings is basically answering the complaint that's been filed against the lawsuit, we move on to the most daunting, time-consuming, frustrating part of litigation, which is discovery. Discovery can last anywhere from 6 to 12 months. It can be more. It starts with questions exchanged between the parties. They're called interrogatories, where you're asking for information from the other party, like list all the people who have relevant knowledge about this subject matter, list all the policies that are related to speed bumps in the city, anything like that. There are also requests for documentation. There can be requests for inspection of city property or items, like, for example, if a city bus is involved in an accident, the other side might want their expert to have access to the bus in the condition that it was in at the time of the accident, and we cannot touch it, so that their expert can analyze the bus. That happens during discovery. We also have during discovery what are called depositions. I don't know if any of you have ever been through that process, but it is long. It is a question and answer session under oath. They can be up to 8 hours or longer under federal case. No, federal is limited to 8. State has no limitation. And basically, you are subject to any and all questions related to the subject matter of that lawsuit on behalf of the city, and sometimes in your individual capacity. Electronic information is fair game in discovery, which means text messages, emails, videos, all sorts of things. And then it's not as new now, but 10, 12, 15 years ago, metadata became the big rage, where not only do they want the Word document, but they want the metadata behind the document, which shows every author, every change, every version of the document. So there are those types of discovery that happens as well. Then we get to the pretrial motion stage, which is an attempt to have a judge resolve part or all of the legal issues in the case. So you can try to make an argument to the judge that the case should be dismissed for legal reasons. It's a pretty high bar, because if the judge is granting you summary judgment and dismissing the lawsuit, that means someone has lost their opportunity to have their day in court. So judges take that very seriously, and it's a very high burden. We also have what are called motions in limine, which is when you're going to trial, you are asking the judge to not allow certain evidence to be presented to the jury. And the primary reason you're doing that is to not prejudice the jury against you. And so one example is you are not allowed to talk about having insurance in trials, because it's highly prejudicial to a party if the jury knows that there's a $5 million insurance policy behind it. So you're really not going to stick it to this business or the city. The insurance policy is going to pay out, and people don't like insurance companies, and they're more willing to give verdicts against insurance than a party. We get then to trial or settlement, and I put those together because the statistics show 90 to 95% of civil matters settle, so they never go to trial. That's a pretty high percentage, and they're all, for all sorts of reasons. Litigating cases is really expensive. When I first started practicing, I would have to do estimates of my litigation costs to my insurance clients. And I used to say somewhere in the range of $75,000 to go to trial. 20 years later, that's easily $150,000, and that's average. I've seen cases with $250,000 and $500,000 attorney fees and more. Also, the trial is unpredictable. You have no control over how a jury is going to determine your case, or how a judge, if it's presented to just a judge. So settlement, the parties have some say in how the case resolves. And then, of course, insurance companies play a large part in deciding whether cases settle. And if you've got an insurance coverage, they're going to be making that decision. And then finally, there's the appeal process, which even if you win at trial and you get the judgment in your favor, there still could be a potential appeal of the decision. And a couple of examples of why something is appealed is if there's an error of the law. So like the judge misapplied the wrong legal standard, gave poor jury instructions, or misinterpreted a statute. Or there was improper admissibility of evidence in the insurance. I've seen a mistrial declared because some witness talked about insurance coverage. Now, that was a mistrial. So those are just a brief overview of the litigation process.
Mayor? Mayor?
So the different categories of civil proceedings, we are really just kind of talking about civil litigation, which can take a lot of different forms, can be all different kinds of torts, but they're generally personal injury or property damage types of claims. You've got contract disputes, you've got police misconduct types of cases, constitutional violations like excessive force or false arrests claims that are brought against the police department or a police officer, or First Amendment due process type of claims where there are legal challenges to, for example, city council actions, policies, or the constitutionality of an enacted city ordinance. You've also got land use, zoning, environmental law. There's zoning disputes, there's code enforcement cases where civil actions or injunctions are brought against property owners. Then we have number 2 and 3. 2 is different types of administrative proceedings, and Daniela mentioned a couple of them: the Human Rights Bureau and Board of Personnel Appeals. You've got like Department of Labor and Industry for unemployment claims. Things that are generally brought before the Human Rights Bureau are those are administrative actions. It's a state administrative agency that involves claims of unlawful discrimination. That agency acts as a fact-finding body to investigate whether an individual was subjected to adverse action based on their membership in a protected class. Let's see, you've got employment, labor law disputes, arbitrations are another category of civil proceedings that our office handles. Daniela and Jessica actually just did one a couple of months ago, and those types of things are exceedingly time-consuming. Just as a side note, right now we have, I checked our case files, we have about 23 or 25 cases in active litigation or anticipated litigation. All of those cases are MMIA, or they're covered by insurance. MMIA's most of them, but there are some. The airport has a different property carrier, as well as we have a pollution claim, which is a different carrier as well. So right now, about 23 to 25, with only one that is not covered by MMIA. I think that's all I have about that one.
So why are matters handled by outside counsel and not the city attorney's office? And the number one reason is that it is dictated by our contractual agreements with MMIA and our other insurance providers. So they state that in these agreements, MMIA and our insurers, in exchange for our premiums paid to them, they defend the city against covered claims. And under those contracts, they choose the defense attorneys. And every insurance company I've worked with, they have what's called panel counsel, which is a chosen select group of law firms that they have pre-vetted, and they go to time and time again. They have negotiated rates. And so by contract, they get to choose the counsel. They will listen somewhat to Gina and me if we say, hey, could we use this attorney or partner at the law firm instead of another one? But by and large, they choose and assign the counsel. And also under the contract agreements, not only do they provide a defense for us, but they also agree to indemnify the city, which means they pay the settlement or the judgment within the policy limits. And so I've provided the actual contract language that we have with MMIA, where the authority, which is MMIA, will defend any claim against us for which coverage is afforded. They can also deny coverage, which they've done a few times. And they also control whether a claim is settled or not. So the city has very little discretion over either of those items under our contracts. And actually, I'll just give an example. When I first joined the city, we received a Human Rights Bureau complaint of discrimination, and I think I handled 70 to 100 of those in my private practice. And Gina and I pitched to MMIA that I would handle those in-house, and they said no. And then another factor, so the vast majority, as Gina had just told you, like with the exception of one, the open cases or pending cases are covered by our insurance providers and MMIA. But another reason why we hire outside counsel, even when insurance is not implicated, is our in-house capacity. Gina already talked to you about our two other primary functions at the city attorney's office: advising and reviewing and drafting documents. Those two tasks probably take the majority of our time, and those are not predictable. So on any day, multiple departments that each of us are assigned to might come to us with time-sensitive issues, whether it's a contract review, a policy revision, employee issue, a union request, or grievance. And so we have to be able to be flexible to handle all of those types of issues that come from our departments. And fitting in a litigation schedule with all of those responsibilities is really difficult. That's why in private practice, you typically see people either be transactional lawyers who handle contract review and drafting and negotiation, business organizing and working with the business versus litigators. It's really hard to merge those two big areas of practice. Because litigation is also unpredictable, because at the city, like, we don't control when the city gets sued. We don't control over what the city gets sued, and how often the city gets sued. So one time, I think we got 3 claims, and we had to track down the mayor to figure out when there was service to submit the claim to MMIA, and I think it was 2 or 3 suits got served within a week's time, and so it's unpredictable. And another reason why we don't handle outside, or why we do assign matters to outside counsel, even when insurance is not implicated, is the staffing at the civil division. So there's 4.5 of us. Todd works a part-time schedule. We don't have a designated legal assistant for the civil division, and we have 1 paralegal, and she primarily handles the public records requests. She could be doing public records requests 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and probably still couldn't keep up with them. And if you have questions about that, I'm sure Laura's happy to answer those. In comparison, our criminal division has 8 criminal prosecutors, and they have 5 legal assistants designated to them. 1 recently departed, but we're going to be filling that 5th position, and they have 5 victim witnesses. So they have 10 designated legal staff to focus only on criminal cases. And another distinction between the criminal division and our division is they get to, by and large, focus only on criminal prosecution without disruption, and they don't have to jump back and forth between vastly different subject matters. I mean, one day I'll be helping airport with their airport authority conversion, and then the next day I'm talking about bargaining with fire, and then the next day I have to deal with a contract review. I mean, so it's kind of never ending, and I mean, it's never boring, but it is vastly different. And this is very different from my experience in private practice, where on every litigation case I had and every major project, the first thing that I would do would be staff my case. And so I would get the case opened, and I would have my legal assistant, a paralegal, usually an associate attorney, and sometimes even a second partner on the case. And that was typical. And so how we are staffed at the city attorney's office is completely different from the private practice. And that's, when you think about it, it makes sense, because the legal staff is supposed to do the work that is not attorney work, right? So they're supposed to be photocopying, summarizing, organizing, dealing with mail and all of that. And so we don't have that support by and large. I mean, we can ask our legal staff if they can help us, but that's a one-off. That's not a day-to-day communication and interaction on each of the cases. And so for the most part, we attorneys are our own legal assistants, our own paralegals, our own associate attorneys, and our own partners for all of the tasks that we do at the city.
I think that we've kind of touched on this pretty much. So Laura especially used the analogy that we think is most effective. If you think of the city attorney's office the way you think of a family medicine doctor rather than a team of surgeons. A family doctor is highly trained and can handle an enormous range of health issues, but when someone needs open heart surgery, they get referred to a cardiac specialist. The same principle applies here. A city government touches nearly every area of the law that exists: constitutional law, land use and zoning, employment law, contracts, real property, elections, open meetings and public records, water rights, torts and liability, criminal prosecution, misdemeanors, public finance, procurement, and it just goes on and on. There's no single attorney or even a small office can be a deep expert in all of these areas and also be ready to litigate a complex lawsuit in federal court. So that's obviously why outside counsel is brought in, not because the city attorney's office staff is not capable, but because specialized litigation often requires attorneys who focus exclusively on that type of case and appear in those courts regularly. And trial litigation is time and resource intensive in a way that would pull us away from our daily legal needs of the entire city government for months at a time. And some matters also carry high financial exposure where specialized expertise reduces risk and can ultimately save the city money.
Gina and Daniela have just talked about cases where the city hires outside counsel to handle litigation. We wanted to emphasize that it's not the case when we hire outside counsel that the city attorney's office just passes the buck and never hears about the case again. But one extraordinary thing about our office in terms of other municipalities is that we are all very experienced litigators. And so we stay fairly involved when there is outside counsel. We do things like write litigation hold letters. Those are those letters that I think some of you may have gotten tonight that say don't destroy documents for litigation. We provide pretty in-depth discovery assistance to outside counsel. We often meet with outside counsel on strategy. We review their filings and discuss legal arguments with them on particular motions or filings. We also sometimes attend witness interviews, assist with deposition preparation, and also attend mediations where the case is proposed to be settled. So we do stay very abreast of cases that are outsourced to outside counsel, even where MMIA is involved, and take almost a teamwork approach often on those cases. We come before you fairly often, but we don't get to brag about what we've done. And so we just wanted to mention here quickly some of our recent successes because we do have them. In reviewing contracts, we often say to one another, there's no wins that are obvious, but we have had some lately that we wanted to share, and I'll let the individual attorneys. Well, I'll share. So one of our recent successes was the Colonial, which, if you don't know, on 27th, there was an old boarding house that was a real magnet for crime in our area. Our attorneys, started by Todd Korn, filed an action in district court, and Daniela also worked on that very closely with Todd, and the result was that building was demolished. That was a real boon for our community and really made a difference. So that was the city attorney's office pursuing that litigation against a landlord who would have let it sit empty in perpetuity. So other recent projects, I believe Gina mentioned a police arbitration that lasted 3 days, involved intensive discovery, and had a good result for the city at the end. Did anyone else want to share any other successes? We haven't wanted to take up too much time tonight. We very much appreciate being here and explaining to you how our office works because we only get to see you once in a while with very limited subject matter. So we wanted to take this opportunity to let you ask us questions. We are happy to answer any questions we can. So with that, I will open the floor.
Thanks to the 5 of you. Appreciate it. This was eye-opening for me. Do we have any questions for our presenters? All right, thank you very much. We're going to open it up to public comment regarding item number 3. Any public comment regarding item number 3? All right, seeing none. Thank you, City Attorney's Office. Appreciate it. We'll move to item number 4 now, Billings Heights Neighborhood Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're going to try to keep this more on the brief side, just due to the magnitude of items that are on your agendas. So tonight in front of you, we have the Billings Heights plan. I will forewarn you that 2 slides have changed due to some emails that we received over the weekend from Councilmember Neese, and I wanted to be adaptable and include them just for discussion purposes. But the Heights plan is intended to align with the Montana Land Use Planning Act. You've heard about the Montana Land Use Planning Act. Friends that are online, please check prior recordings of this, and that will be all that I say. The intent of the Montana Land Use Planning Act is that Billings 2045 acts as our umbrella per se, and then neighborhood plans are done to be underneath Billings 2045. So with this, we're not changing the land use designations and we're not changing the map that has been adopted by City Council. But the goal of this plan is to address all of the criteria that we do within Billings 2045, but just at a neighborhood level. This is a map of the area that was included within the Heights plan. As you can see, it goes as far west as part of Skyway Drive, and then as far east, northeast of where the Billings bypass actually is right now. So including portions of Ward 1 and Ward 2 within it. And Billings Heights has grown substantially over the years. So from 2000 to 2020, the Heights population grew by 50%, and its portion of the city population grew by 25.2%. During that same time frame, the city of Billings grew by 30.3%. So when we do projections to calculate for growth over the next 20 years, as we're supposed to, we're using the average annual growth rate of 1.2%, which is a little over 10,000 people is what we're expecting. This is a map that shows development over time. The time spans that are shown within it can be rather large, and as it gets darker red, we are looking at more recent development. So as you can see, the more recent development kind of being in the High Sierra area and then closer to Lake Elmo. So as we are in Montana Land Use Planning Act, we're looking at addressing housing supply and what can we do about housing supply. So the vacancy rates in the Heights are actually below what we would consider a healthy threshold. The Heights survey indicated single family homes as the most desirable home type. And with average, we are missing a lot of that missing middle. So most of the home types within the Heights are single family homes, but there's a high desire for more single family homes there. And talking about creating some duplex, triplex, fourplex options. So the Heights is estimated to need 6,482 units over the next 20 years. Right now, we are averaging about 205 units, and we would need to average 259. So essentially, we need to pick up the pace. Just wanted to let you know that. And this is not, to add some further clarity here, this is not meaning that 259 units are coming into our office and we're denying those permits. We're just not actually seeing the difference come into our office, and we would love to see that happen. So this is just a little slide that abbreviates some of the outreach opportunities. I just want to say thank you to the Heights Neighborhood Task Force. They were heavily involved in this plan. They were a great resource and asset throughout the entire process. Some of our best attended meetings for both Billings 2045 and the Heights Neighborhood Plan were due to the Heights Neighborhood Task Force pushing out information to the citizens in that area. Here's just some more pictures to prove that we were actually there and we're not making this up. So, public engagement and response. We heard a lot of the typical things that we heard throughout this planning process for the Montana Land Use Planning Act. So walkability, access to parks and trails, intentional growth, more housing choices, but especially that single family home is really desired there. More restaurants, local businesses, improved infrastructure, and then more community facilities such as youth services and indoor recreation. And I'm sorry I'm going fast. Again, I'm trying to just make the most of it. So this is an item that was added from, that was not included within your staff report. Within the plan itself, we have all of the Montana land use planning strategies that are there. There was a catch that Councilmember Neese made. they're on item G. These are all supposed to indicate the exact same thing that City Council directed staff to do during Billings 2045. In item G, the direction from City Council is that we do not incorporate this into the zoning code or explore this further. So whenever we go into adoption on July 27th, we would just need a motion to correct that one particular item. And thank you, Councilmember Neese, for bringing that up. We make mistakes from time to time, and it's great to have that caught.
All right, excuse me. All right, I'll move on to some other amendments. And actually, this also was something that, excuse me, Councilmember Neese had brought up, and he can speak to this as well regarding in the housing section of the implementation goals. We have several goals that are in there, and he had mentioned for strategy 1, it talks about encouraging the development of triplex and fourplexes as density transitions between larger multifamily developments and surrounding lower density areas. And Councilmember Neese can speak to this. Part of the concern that he was concerned about the single family, encouragement of single family versus multifamily. And we've talked about this a little bit. I think the concern or the interest in having this strategy remain in the document is that we are experiencing some challenges with transitional areas across the city. There's some places where our code needs some work regarding transition from existing neighborhoods to new, in the most cases, infill development adjacent, where we can sometimes have some pretty abrupt transitions from what was built quite a few years ago to what's being proposed, often from single and maybe 2-family development that's existing to larger 3- and 4-story multifamily development. So we do need to address this, and we want to make sure we have this in there. It's also called out in the Billings 2045 plan, but it's important to have this for us to be able to address, because we do need to work on that. So in that conversation, and Councilmember Neese can chime in, then we talked about maybe a strategy that is added that would encourage also development of smaller single family homes on smaller lots, so you'd get higher density. And we'll defer to you for this.
Thank you, Wyeth. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think one of the things that we're not seeing here is the strategies listed in the neighborhood plan. These are the fine details. These are goals we're looking at, which is great, but then how do you get there? And that's the strategies. And so one of the things I noticed is, I am a little concerned about the triplex and fourplexes, mainly because of what I saw earlier in the plan was about item G. And so once that's removed, that kind of puts into perspective how these triplex, fourplexes may play a role in that strategy, between higher density in town centers and things like that. So that's my objection to initially on strategy 1 that's listed there is okay now. But I think one of the things that I didn't see in here in the strategy is, looking at what the residents said is they'd like to see more single family homes. And so my indication was I'd like to see an encouragement of development of smaller single family home types with a higher density per acre. In the Heights, we have fairly, not a lot of 9,600 square foot lots, half-acre lots, maybe some 7,000, but they're really fairly large lots. And so one of the things, and again, you can't see this here, but under goal 2, which is encourage infill development, and then goal 3, I believe, is facilitate development of affordable housing types. Some of those strategies, for instance, under goal 2 is to develop, sorry, I'm reading it off my list here because I didn't have it prepared. Okay, is developing smaller lot sizes as well as higher lot coverage, which is under strategy 3. So by having this goal of facilitate development of higher, I think one of the ideas is have the strategy in goal number 1 that actually uses part of goal 2 and goal 3 to become used. So that's where I'm recommending this strategy of development of smaller single family homes at a higher density rate. If you guys are acceptable with that, okay.
We don't see any objection, Mr.
Okay.
Neese.
Then if there's no objection to the consensus, then that would be something that staff can add to the
I will mention your staff report is already out for July 27th. I will take it as the fact that we would need to change the plan. So even at the resolution point, we could just simply update the plan to do so. but didn't want to deceive you into thinking it wasn't paid attention or caught in this meeting. It's just already published. That's all.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So another proposed amendment, if you can hit the next slide. No, that's fine. So the interim planning commission did review this plan and is making a recommendation to you to adopt it at your meeting next week. They did have a couple of amendments that they put forward and are recommending to you. One of them, we worked with the IPC to get this kind of crafted. There was concern from the IPC regarding the challenges that continue to be going on in the Heights regarding the County Water District of Billings Heights and the costs of connecting and doing development up there. So they wanted to add a goal that would specifically speak to that issue. And so what you see up here, number 6, is explore ways to offset or reduce the County Water District of Billings Heights water utility costs incurred by builders and developers. And some of the bullets of recommended potential strategies under that they brought forward is streamlining the water district's permitting processes, reducing applicable water district regulatory fees, and possibly considering some kind of tax incentive. So this is proposed to you as an amendment. This is in your memo for the 27th. So you'll have to just decide, and then on the 27th, decide if you want to adopt this and include it or not. But that's where that one is coming from.
And if you wanted to discuss it to give us direction, that's totally acceptable. The reason I didn't number the strategies is I wasn't sure if you wanted to accept all of them. There was discussion regarding possible tax incentives, and they did not know if that was even possible. So we are just relaying the message here.
All right, I guess we got some comment on that, Mr. Boyette, then Mr. Aspenleiter.
My first question is, we have no control over the Heights Water District. How can we be giving them, how can we do that if we don't have any control over them? I mean, is that?
Yeah, so Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, I think one of the things that's important to consider with this plan and with actually any of the plans is if you look at some of the goals and strategies, they're not saying that just the city of Billings is alone out there going to do all these things, that the expectation in some of these is that there are other stakeholders in the community, organizations, entities that would also potentially be involved. So I think that's part of when you look at something like this, it's being broad in the sense that the city might be involved in this, but certainly in talking with the IPC, there's other entities in this community that might get involved in this with the water district. So that's kind of the idea.
Shouldn't we list them all then? Or say other than the city, there's other people, just so that if somebody looks at that a year from now, they go, well, geez, the city's supposed to do this, but they haven't done it.
I mean, yeah, if you want to, I guess, depending on, you could be specific, or you could say, stakeholders in the community maybe or something, and not label anything specific. That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Aspenleiter.
Yeah, I just caution us about leaning too much into this Heights Water District stuff. I think this could easily be interpreted by folks that are not so keenly favorable in the Heights with the city and this situation already, as to us sticking our nose in and poking at them, especially when, hopefully and theoretically at some point in time, we can actively enter negotiations about consolidation of that district with the city. And maybe that happens and maybe it doesn't, but I don't think language like this in a document like this is going to be helpful to anybody. I think it's fair to say, hey, there are challenges inside the Heights Water District, but I think going any further than that is unnecessarily going to poke the bear that we don't need to poke, because we have a stressed relationship already. And that's outside of the goals of your plan, and I get it. But I think there are outside factors here that we got to take into consideration more than just the planning side of it, and be careful about what we publish and put out, because I don't think that's going to help anybody in the conversations we're trying to have with the Heights Water District. So personally, I think it's fair to say that there are increased costs occurred inside working with the Heights Water District, but outside of that, trying to indicate that they need to streamline their process or they need to reduce their fees, I think that unnecessarily tries to insert ourselves in their process, and I think that crosses a line that we don't need to cross.
Sorry, didn't mean to step over you. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I agree with these comments. This sent up a red flag for me of I continue to see stories in the newspaper and people commenting about their water fees going up. And I realize this is focused on builders and developers, but there's an outsized perception that the city is doing something different to the Heights Water District, even though we all know and have talked about forever that they're just finally going to be paying into the water treatment plant in a way that they haven't. But that perception is pretty pervasive still. And so I'm uncomfortable with this as it is. And maybe, as Councilmember Aspenlighter said, there's some way to finesse it, but definitely my red flags went up with this of like, I don't think the city should be adopting something with this language in it.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Could we just say explore ways to offset or reduce the water utility costs incurred by builders and developers?
Tim Neese.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Aspenlighter and that we need to be careful on this. I mean, they are a major partner in the Heights with the city. And so we need to treat them like that in this. And so, you know, maybe something to continue to work with the County Water District for development of the Heights, something that is a much more positive. I mean, everyone can point out our shortcomings, just like something like this is doing. And so I think we need to look at the strength that they have and try to just say work with them. And so whether it's through tax incentives and stuff, and we've worked with them, we've signed off on stuff with them before when they've been applying for applications and stuff. So I think we'd continue to work with them as another government entity. And so I don't mind including them in there because they are a major player in the Heights up there, but be very positive of continue working with the County Water District for development of the Heights. Simple as that.
So
do you have clear direction from there, or do you want us to do a thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing?
I was going to ask, is the last one what everyone's comfortable going with, to where it's very broad and not so much drilled down? Or which one is everyone comfortable going with? How about that?
Can I weigh in? I'd be more comfortable actually not talking about them at all in this. I think there's plenty of room for interpretation or misinterpretation, no matter how we intend it, and they are their own entity, and I think it might be best if we didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
There is no doubt that water is a big issue up there to any kind of growth and development, and so leaving it out would be remiss in some way.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in the plan that indicates that we're working with the county?
There is not directly anywhere in the plan.
Or the school district?
It talks about working with the school district. It did not directly talk about working with the county water district.
No, the county itself.
Oh, just, I think better coordination's always mentioned whenever we're talking about annexation and roads.
I would say we would treat them as like we treat any other government entity that we have to face with. So if we're not mentioning them, that the others prevalent like that, I wouldn't put this under that category then. I would then agree.
That is fine with us. It'll be in your staff report. We understand that you do not want to include it. I apologize. The timing of things also goes
Okay. Mr. Aspenlighter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you. I prefer just wholesale to strike number 6 because I just don't think it's necessary at this point in time.
Yeah. Okay. We have consensus there. Yeah, we got a lot of nodding heads. So
that's, we'll just have to make sure again, and we can mention this and in the presentation for next week that's something you'll motion to not accept that recommendation from IPC. Okay. So moving on, just to highlight the other implementation goals under the different categories, the big kind of basket categories: utilities, promoting efficient use of existing and upgraded utility infrastructure, and stormwater drainage. Those are both common issues up in the Heights area that have been brought up. Community facilities, one thing that was brought up, and again, this goes to that the question that Councilmember Boyette had, like with goal number 1, is there was interest from the community about better communication and all with School District 2. That doesn't mean that the city is going to go and negotiate the communication between them. It means that that's something that like the Heights Task Force, the Heights Business Association, other people could certainly support. So that's why like something like that is in there. And then some of those other things are also ones that we heard a lot about regarding connectivity and parks and recreational amenities in those areas. The last two, so public safety, and there's one amendment on transportation here I'll hit in just a minute, but public safety, improving the pedestrian and traffic safety in the Heights, facilitating police, fire, and EMS response operations, and looking at how both the neighborhoods and access is set up in those neighborhoods for emergency services, as well as awareness. And then also looking at public space design for lighting, specifically referencing crime prevention through environmental design principles, which the city has undertaken with some of its park lighting in recent years. Under transportation, the IPC did have one recommendation amendment to that goal 1, which was improve vehicular transportation in the Heights. And then in that, there was a list of items that are in parentheses that were brought up, and they added improve complete street safety and reduce travel times, congestion, fuel consumption, and emissions. So that was that one underlined part was something that they recommended. So yeah, given
Hold on
tonight's
a second.
conversation, obviously
we do have a comment on item number 1 under transportation.
After our discussion earlier, I would take that piece out and just improve transportation in the Heights and just leave it at that.
So
I think when you get into the complete streets, I think what we talked about is safety and transportation and safety. I think we stay with that.
I think that the complete streets checklist process is how we reach the safety. And complete streets is, I believe, an ordinance.
It's an adopted policy that the council has. Yeah.
It's so easy to split the baby on this and just say, just take out complete.
Yep, that would do it.
That's easy.
That would do it.
That's
like
fine.
that.
And I mean, I think there are multiple of us here that intend to bring back a motion to eliminate the complete streets policy as a whole going forward. So I think that's on the docket and coming at some point in time.
So can we get a nodding of heads? Just ask them to advise staff to remove the word complete. Bunch of nods there. Okay, I think we have consensus.
And so we'll have to make that amendment at next week, right?
Correct.
that is correct.
Yep. We'll have to have all these. Yeah. We'll have these on the slides for you for next week.
On next week's presentation, we may not review the entirety of everything and simply stick with the items that are related to the amendments to make it clear and easy.
The last category is future land use for the implementation goals, and nothing was proposed for any amendments by IPC on this list in terms of what has been in the plan for the last couple months since it was put together. So those are all the amendments that are brought forward, both from Council Member Neese and the IPC, that we would obviously bring and have you consider next week.
Thank you. Any more questions for our presenters there? Hi, Mr. Boyette, you're on.
Can you go back? There was at the beginning it was number G. Can you look at that real quick? Can you bring it up?
Yeah, so
we've had multiple discussions on this, and you said we need to have a motion. Why would we have to have a motion if we've already said this 10 times that that's what we want?
Great question. Thank you for asking it. It was a mistake in the plan, and since the IPC and the public was presented it like that, we just simply want to have the motion to amend it to be correct. We understand that council doesn't want to. The Billings 2045 plan reflects it correctly. In order to amend a publicized plan or advertised plan, my understanding is we have to have the motion.
But who made the mistake of doing that then?
I did.
Okay, so then we have to vote on what you did instead of you just taking it off?
Because it was presented to the interim planning commission as that form, we just need to correct it is all there is to it. Like correct the wording that's associated with it.
It's just one more time that we have to go through the same process that we spent a lot of time on this. This isn't brand new stuff. So
No, it'll be easy. Okay, great. Any more questions for our presenters? All right, it moves us on to public comment on item number 4, the Billings Heights Neighborhood Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward. The plan before you today outlines the growth in the Heights District. Approximately 6,500 new homes will be coming in there, according to your projections. In Billings, we don't have impact fees. Impact fees pay for capital improvement projects, pays for water lines that go in the ground. It pays for our new West Side water treatment plant. Currently, the Heights Water District, which is all of Ward 2 and parts of Ward 1, experienced a 24% increase in their water fees. Next year, they're going to be getting about another 20%. With the growth that this plan outlines, with the 6,500 new houses that are coming in, because this board and previous boards have instituted impact fees that are charged to developers and home builders, you're leaving $35 million on the table, and you're forcing that bill onto the citizens. Where did I come up with the $35 million? Well, last week we learned that Bozeman had an impact fee, and the lowest amount was $5,400. So if you take $5,400, you times 6,500, that's $35 million. That's the cost that this board is going to force upon the citizens of this city. That's wrong. That's a giveaway to the developers and the home builders. It's time for impact fees. But more importantly, this proposal, number 6, was put out by Commissioner Kim Wakebeck that would reduce the fees for the home builders. Our ethics law here in the city says you should recluse yourself if you have a personal interest. She's the president of the Home Builders Association. By her putting out this proposal as it is, I believe that she broke our ethics. And I'll be filing a complaint with our lawyer department concerning this. I'm not sure what the outcome will be, but I think she did us a disservice by doing what she did.
Any further public comment regarding item number 4? Okay, hey council, it's 9 o'clock, 9:14. Do you want to power through the next 2, or would you guys like to have a 10-minute? All right, here we go. West Billings Neighborhood Plan.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So many of you have heard much of this in the last week because we were focusing on the wards that this impacted, but we'll run through it quickly. I will share with you that the IPC did recommend adoption of this to you without any amendments, so we won't have any of those to share, at least from them this evening. And this is a multi-jurisdictional plan, so the Board of County Commissioners also adopted this just last week as well. So it's moving through the other, obviously, entity that would take action on this next week. So the Billings Heights Neighborhood Plan, this was a long time coming. This plan was first done in 2001. So it was well overdue for an update. And we did do in 2016, 10 years ago now already, a multimodal update or analysis out there. which came at the basically kind of demand from both the residents, the county, and the city in that area, because it is multi-jurisdictional, trying to wrestle with some of the transportation challenges that continue to happen out there. But back then, we needed to identify some kind of path forward on some of those projects. It's a 15,000 acre area. Looking at the map, yeah, that's fine. You can go to the map. Looking at the map, we have there's two elements here. So the overall red boundary is the entire West Billings neighborhood plan study boundary. And the reason you see the yellow one that's for the transportation area is because that matches with our metropolitan planning urban area, which is where we can expend funds to do transportation analysis. So we had to bring that in just a little bit, mainly on that southwestern portion. So basically, again, we have two jurisdictions that are involved in this. And this was really important when we visited with the county commissioners, but also it is for you, which is in the county, that the current county zoning regulations and county subdivision regulations is what applies and continues to apply. That's the map we'll be using in that area. Within the city, we have the Montana, the future land use map that you adopted. That's what we will use. And obviously then we'll also use the new updated zoning and subdivision regulations. So we will be treating those in those jurisdictional areas in that way and that manner for processing. And that was, the county opted out of per statute out of the MALUPA. So that's where we have those differences. We'll continue though. There's quite a bit in this plan that will help, like the current plan does, reference and guide even county projects and development out there. So, but those will be the way we differentiate depending on jurisdiction. As you all are pretty aware, there's been a ton of growth out in West Billings. I won't go through all this, but we're looking at from 2,000, 6,000 people in that area, now 16,000 as of 6 years ago, which was the last census. So that's grown even since then. So a lot of impact. We've had a lot of business development out there as well. And so there's a lot going on and good reason to analyze this area and figure out kind of how are we going to manage things going forward. This map shows you how much development has occurred, both even within our planning neighborhood plan jurisdiction and even further west. You're on the left, you're looking at, there was 8,000 acres of agricultural land representing 56% of the total area of the study area. And now, as of 2024, there's only 4,000 acres of agricultural land representing 28% of that area. So a lot of commercial and residential development has occurred in that period. The plan, as I mentioned, we're coming off of 2021 and also our 2001 and our 2016 multimodal plan. So when we looked at this, we were focused on what the original plan had talked about, and then now in this current time frame and after the many years that had passed, what are the focus? So the plan for the county and city, as I mentioned, guides future zoning, infrastructure, and development patterns in the area. And objectives that came out of this work and from the community input was directing growth toward areas where we have existing infrastructure, improving the connectivity for transportation for residents and students in the area, public safety in general, continuing to focus on that, and then also still preserving that community character and open space resources that exist out in that part of the city. We have 2 schools. Yeah, no, that's okay. We actually have 3 schools out there. We have multiple parks, both city and county park areas. And so there's a lot of those public areas and open space that are part of the focus we heard. Public workshops, and you can go on to the next slide. These are a few photos from a few of our workshops we had in that area during the process. We had 2 surveys that were conducted, a little over 200 respondents. We did 3 open houses, 2 community workshops, presented to a variety of groups, had 105 comments on the land use map that was online. We had a website where people could both comment on the map and they could just submit comments that would come to us about the planning process in general. And then we did a series of media interviews during the process too to help get the word out. I'll say, like Anna mentioned with the Heights, the West Billings task force was very helpful in this process. They were engaged. They helped push things out. We had some meetings with some of their leadership just to talk about some of the issues and topics that they were hearing about and how to kind of make sure that those were getting addressed. So really a great partnership during the process with them throughout this whole effort, and it really made a difference. We had one of our last community meetings, we had over 70 people show up at Ben Steel, and part of that was certainly because of their efforts to get the word out. So just looking at population growth over time, and obviously, like I said, big changes since 2000 to 2021, and then what we're projecting in that area is to add another about 10,000 people to that area, which then also translates into housing needs of about almost 7,000 housing units in the area. So again, major impacts there across that portion of the community. And so again, focusing on land use and transportation, some of the challenges and things we heard from the community out there was, street disconnections, limited pedestrian connectivity, and then transit, which at this point only reaches slightly west of Shiloh, and wanting to try to anticipate going forward where transit would eventually go. If you look at, as an example, the 54th and Grand sort of nodal development that's happening there with the grocery store, 2 banks, multiple restaurants, et cetera, that's the kind of area where we would want to be preparing and expecting that transit would end up going and serving with the residential development in that area. Just very briefly, transportation-wise, we did a lot of detailed analysis. I encourage you to look in that portion of the plan if you're interested in that. It goes into what's in the CIP. It talks about current projects, future projects, and timing, et cetera, of that. And so that's a really big part of this effort. And another piece of that was to tie, when we got the future land use map completed, was to then tie that to how the transportation impacts would occur out there. Then being able to say, okay, with the future land use map in this area, if that category includes a variety of commercial and mixed use, what does that mean in terms of transportation? So we really drilled into that, and the consultant team did as well to give us really good data there. This is just illustrating levels of service, traffic. This is specifically vehicular traffic levels of service. And you can see on the right, a couple areas that are into that state, level of service D, which is where you're starting to get into challenges that you need to address. And luckily, one of those is Grand Avenue, which we have a project that's moving forward in 2028 to reconstruct a huge portion of that. This map, and there's again detail in the plan. You can look at this. It identifies corridor improvements and intersection improvements down to the project detail. And this was also again done as incorporated with the land use map and what was developed in the plan. You'll even notice in here one of the projects in there is Central and 48th, the traffic signal, which the county is completing right now. And then you'll also notice that Grand, the corridor is identified. That's something that the city is going to be tackling here in the next couple of years. So some of these things are on the docket, some of them are further out, but this is all in great detail in the document. Lastly, guiding principles, similar to what you heard with the Heights plan. We had 4 sort of big topic areas. If you go into the plan, you can drill into the strategies under these. But for just sort of big picture, land use, community vitality, natural and recreation areas, and transportation network were the big kind of headers. And then under that, there's implementation strategies. Like I said, there was no recommendations for amendments from the IPC for this plan. They are recommending to you to adopt it. And that's what's coming to you for next week. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions about the West End, Mr. Boyette?
You probably don't hear this very often, but I started out the very beginning, and one of my pictures is in there. I only heard good things. I want to thank you and Anna. This one, especially when you gave us a presentation in the Rimrock room, you answered all the questions. You knew all the answers. I can see why there's no changes because this was done very well. So thank you again, you guys. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Aspenliner, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I think this ended up in a good place, and a lot of that is attributed to the work that the staff did, not necessarily the contract that was issued for this work. I think this is an issue in which this is a plan in which the staff really picked up a lot of drop balls and took this across the finish line and put in extraordinary extra effort to make this a plan that's feasible, it's viable, and it's good for the West End. So thank you for the work that got done to get it to where it is today. That's not lost on me, and I appreciate that extra effort in the midst of the Heights plan and the 2045 plan and all the other things that were going on, I think the extra effort here was pretty extraordinary. So I want to commend, the staff for doing that. Before we hear, I'm going to preemptively try to get out in front of a comment that's probably going to come on this one, just like it came on the last one. The development community is more than paying its fair share for the development of the West End and for the infrastructure on the West End. Although we don't call them impact fees here in Billings, we have system development fees. And for a house, a system development fee for water will cost you $10,500. And a system development fee to connect to the sewer is $2,400. So that builder is paying $13,000 in system development fees for water and sewer. And that's not counting anything that happens to the developer as a result of improving road systems, improving intersections, and we haven't even got to the point of developing a stormwater impact fee or a stormwater system development fee, which is in process that Councilman Neese is sitting on the panel to develop right now.
And we're meeting next week. Maybe it's
so for our faithful attendee, Mr. Kittleson, although we don't call it an impact fee, we most certainly hammer developers to pay their fair share of infrastructure. And that happens on the West End pretty extraordinarily. So heaven forbid you're a commercial developer and you're paying close to $80,000 to connect to our system. So we are more than getting our pound of flesh out of the development community for the taxpayer.
Thank you, sir. Anything else for our presenters?
Maybe this is not part of the deal, but as far as police and fire protections, are there any implications regarding that?
I'm sorry, say that again? Sorry.
As far as
Nicholson.
police and fire protection, does this plan have any implications for that? Is it covered or is it outside the scope?
It does in the under some of the principles into the strategies. There's some discussion, and it also talks about it in kind of the evaluation of the growth and what's happening out there. It doesn't get into super detail at this point. I believe it references.
Are we going to need a fire station out there?
I was going to say, I believe it references the future, the need for a future potential station, but we don't have, it doesn't get into sort of the real detail analysis, if I recall.
And I'll add, there is a study that's supposed to be happening soon about impact fees for police and fire as well.
Anything else?
Again, key to note, this council moved, the last council that 5 of us were on, passed unanimously a study to look at impact fees or development fees associated with police and fire. So again, we are moving to make sure that we're collecting the cost associated with development from the developers.
All right, we're going to move to public comment regarding the West End neighborhood plan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward. I'm going to stand my ground, Mr. Scott Aspenleiter. We've had discussions before, and I'm very surprised that you called me out. But that's okay. I can take the abuse. I'll stand here and I'll disagree with you. Yes, you do have system development fees. You're not paying impact fees. You should pay more. In Missoula, you would pay more. In Helena, you would pay more. In Great Falls, you'd pay more. But here in Billings, the home builders, the developers, they control this council. It's okay. It's a policy decision. This is not, I don't take it personal, and I hope you don't either. Politics is not supposed to be personal, and to me, it's not. It's a policy decision. This board and previous boards has made the policy that the citizens should pay for everything. We shouldn't be paying for the new water treatment facility. We shouldn't be paying for the new cell that's going in. God forbid if you lived in the Heights, you shouldn't be paying for the new pipes that are going to go in. But under your policy, we are. So I disagree with you 100% on this. And I think that you, the person who represents developers, the person that represents infrastructure companies, are the main force of the reason why it is the way it is. Now, I wasn't going to go here, but you called me out first, and I have the right to respond. You're screwing the citizens, and that's the bottom line. So on this one, let's see, 7,000 houses going in, $5,400 over in Missoula. That's another $38 million, Mr. Aspenleiter, that you're pushing on the citizens. How do you justify that? There is no justification of it. And this argument, or this idea, policy, has been going on forever. I'm not new to this, but I got the cojones to stand up here and call you out.
Any other public comment regarding item number 5, the West Billings neighborhood? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 6, the solid waste collection and disposal amendments.
All right, Mayor and Council, appreciate being last tonight. Finish this out. I'll try to go fairly quick. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read through the ordinance amendments. We're just going to walk through this of what we're changing tonight. Most of the changes really fall into one of 3 categories: implementing prior council direction, improving day-to-day operations, and modernizing an ordinance that has been changed multiple times over the years and maybe not fully changed throughout the process. So this is discussion tonight. We are hoping to get feedback before we come back in August. I did spend a lot of time today with Councilmember Neese talking trash, and I do have some additional amendments that I've inserted into the presentation based on those discussions.
You get an extra point for that.
Thank you.
That remark.
It's even late. So rather than walk through the amendments section by section of the ordinance, I broke it just down into 8 different sections of what our purposes are for the amendments. So we'll go through each of those. The first one was to eliminate the city cardboard collection program. This is stemming from council direction. I think it was the June 2nd work session when we talked about this, so I'm not going to go into those details anymore. But this just takes that part of city code out to eliminate that program for the cardboard collection and recycling that we have now. This section here is really just to update our collection standards, and this is kind of an important section to us. So first of all, it's changing the the prior ordinance had a recommendation of a 4-foot clearance. This is saying we need a 4-foot clearance, and we need this so that we're not damaging other property or anything that's near it, and actually costing the city in claims. So we're asking for that 4 feet clearance to be a mandatory and that we would not pick up if we don't have it. And then what's been talked about for a long time is, do we pick up trash if the lid is open? How far open? And we were at council, I don't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago, but we talked about enforcing what's in the city ordinance. And we didn't have a lot of support at that point. And I know there's 6 new council members, but council was not supportive of us actually going out and enforcing the lid closed policy. So what we came up with in this ordinance draft is a 45-degree angle. And this was after a lot of discussion. We looked at, what if it was a foot? What if it was 2 feet? For our drivers, an angle is the easiest way to describe it. So they know what 90 is. They can see out of their truck what 45 is. We've talked to a lot of people asking them if they could understand this. They thought they could. So we proposed in here a 45-degree angle. We're calling it 45 degrees of freedom. And Councilmember Neese really wants to enforce the lid closed. So I will say, if we had a choice, we would prefer lid closed. It's the easiest way. There's no challenges to that, except for all the calls that we would all get as people are learning this. We're estimating probably right now that about 50% of people have their lid that's not fully closed. So it would be a definite learning process. So in this proposal, we did do the 45 degrees. So just to go through it, current code is lid closed. We're not enforcing that, but we need a standard for our drivers. It's really important that we have a standard that we're enforcing, that we're not going back for these containers and costing more money for people that are not following the rules. So we need a standard, whether that's lid closed or 45 degrees, and that's what we're asking for. The third picture there is, of course, one we should not be picking up in any case. What happens with those is it falls out on the ground. If it's, unbagged trash, then it's blowing all over. So that is why we have the importance of not having your lid all the way open and the importance of having bagged trash and being able to enforce those standards. These 2 sections were changed today a little bit. Per discussion with Councilmember Neese. The top part is just making sure that we're extremely clear about you can leave your card out on collection day and the night before. You can put it out the night before and leave it out on collection day, but that night it needs to be moved back in. And then the other one that Councilmember Neese and I worked on was clarification about ashes. It was confusing as to what kind of container you could put it in, so we clarified that. And then the last part was contractors, and that section we clarified a little bit. So basically, if you are hiring a contractor, somebody for compensation at your house, they shouldn't be using your container. That is, they should be hauling it to the landfill themselves and including it in their fees that they're charging. So we clarified that section. And then this next section here is for really the geographic eligibility that we have at the landfill. We are really in this section just trying to align it with what we currently do. So we do allow trash to come from all the adjacent counties to Yellowstone County. We do charge them 50% more in our resolution for coming. And then we do have agreements with haulers where there's extra things on them, insurance requirements, etc. But this is really aligning what we do with the city code and bringing that up to standards. And then the last part of it is more emphasis on what we can ask for, so providing both proof of residency and also proof of waste of origin, because we do have issues where we doubt where people are coming from. And so we want to make sure that we can ask for that documentation. And then again, this top section, Councilmember Neese and I worked on that, changed that section just a little bit today to make sure that it did not include people. So say your neighbor hauls trash for you one time, it's not that. The intent is a hauler is doing this for a fee. They do it regularly. And so we clarified that section. And then the next section just adds the agreement requirement. So everybody that is this hauler, you're talking Republic, McKenzie, as well as City of Laurel. We have agreements with a number of entities, Montana Roll-Off. These all then come before you because there is a balance between what we are accepting as the Billings Regional Landfill versus and those revenues that we're getting from them and the capacity that it's using up at the landfill. So we want you to be able to make those decisions on where that waste is coming from. And then this next part is really just codifying landfill operating rules that are primarily in place right now, but we need them codified so that we have better enforcement abilities of these. Kind of the parts in orange that are squared off there are things that have changed since the ordinance draft that I sent out. So the first one is the speed limit. Councilmember Neese said we shouldn't put an actual speed limit in the ordinance that we have to change later. He was right, so we changed that. And then the rest is really just about speeding and vehicle movement at the landfill in that top section. And then the next section is really about your safety and your customer behavior. Believe it or not, we have a lot of customers who come to the landfill, bring their kids, bring their pets, let them out like it's a park. We have a lot of big, heavy equipment, so we need to be able to enforce those rules. The change that we made in that section was we had very strict language in there earlier in the draft that went out about only the driver could get out of the vehicle. We changed that so it's only persons actively engaged in unloading a vehicle. So we took out the children. If you have a 10-year-old that's actively helping you unload, great. If the driver doesn't unload, the other person is. So it kind of clarified that and made it a little bit easier for people. This next section is just updating the waste definitions. A lot of changes, really just bringing them into standards and industry standards and regulatory standards. I won't go through all these detailed definitions. The one thing I will point out is on yard waste. The one substantive change that we made in that section was that the branch trimmings and the limbs and trunks cannot exceed 3 feet in length. That was not in there before. And this is so that they fit in the container. And then we also wanted to strengthen the enforcement authority. The top section was a request from code enforcement. Tina asked that we move the violation of this section to the very end so it applies to the whole article, not just that section. And she asked that for this section, it be changed to 10 days from 5 days because that is the standard code enforcement letter. So that was the changes in the duty of the owner or occupant section. And then this enforcement and penalties section is all new. We didn't have anything in there before, but it really gives staff the ability to stop people, enforce these things, deny access if it ever comes to that, and gives us the ability to kind of do a progressive step up if we have some kind of repeat offenders that need to get to the point of being suspended from using the landfill. And then the last thing we did was a very general code cleanup and modernization of the verbiage. Took out some of the references to black and green containers just in case we ever change the color. We don't want to have to change the ordinance. Called commercial containers, residential cart to clarify that, and then just did some other minor wording changes. So the top two were changed today. They weren't in there before. Commercial and residential, define that a little bit differently. So the current definition is really residential is anybody using a permanent dwelling by one or more families, which receives a once a week automated collection of solid waste carts. So that is really defined by the type of service that they receive. The commercial is, it could be, anything that's not residential. And we have a lot of flexibility on the solid waste side. It's a little different than water and wastewater, where it's very strict. On solid waste, it really depends on the development, and a lot of multifamily that would be considered commercial in water and wastewater are actually residential in solid waste and vice versa. But it cleaned up that section. We took out anything to do with rubbish because no one says rubbish anymore. And then the next two sections that are at the top of this slide were also changed today. So the unsecured load was further down in the ordinance. We moved that up into the definition section. And then the yard waste definition, again, that it has the 3 feet. And yeah, I think that was the only change today. Councilmember Neese can correct me if I'm not remembering that correctly. The last part I just have in here to make sure that you know this isn't changing what we are wanting to do. We do provide, we let other entities provide drop box service. These are the roll-offs for construction and demolition debris at a house now. So we're just bringing this code into alignment with what we currently do. So next steps, we're hoping to get some feedback from council tonight on anything that you would like us to change before we bring it back to you in August. And then we would bring it back on August 10th for the public hearing and first reading, go through the second reading later in August, and then 30 days would make it effective September 24th, which would make it clearly just right after the last cardboard pickup in September, so everybody would get their last September cardboard pickup, or those 4,000 people would at least. If council is still wanting to do the changes here and eliminate the cardboard program, we are planning as soon as possible to start a communication campaign about that and whatever is decided on the lid situation, so that we have customers trained, hopefully, maybe not trained is not a great word, but at least educated on what we need them to do coming up, and know that the cardboard would be going away and they might need to do something else in that area. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mayor, and however you would like to attack this.
Thank you very much. Any feedback for Ms. DeRay? Mr. Kennedy's first, then Dr. Nicholson.
Jennifer, just 2 things, and this is what I hear all the time. Number one is as they're picking up the containers and they break them or whatever, people are afraid that if they call them back in, they're going to have to pay for them. So if we have something in here that if it's destroyed or hurt or broken, the container, the cart, that the city will just automatically replace that. And I didn't see anything in here.
Yeah, Councilmember Kennedy, we can definitely put that in there. We have never actually charged a residential customer for a cart. We have charged commercial containers when they blatantly damage it, but not when we do, but we can put it in here.
Okay, that would be great. The other is especially, and it happens on my street, since half of the street has their carts out there and the rest on the other side of the street have it in the alley, is the windy days, and as they're dumping, a lot of times stuff flies all over. And the biggest complaint I have in the neighborhood is that no one gets out or cleans up. So I just make sure that we do know that they can call in if there's a problem and someone will come back out and clean it up. And the last thing is on the elimination of cardboard. If we make sure that everyone knows there is a private company out there that will come by and pick up their cardboard. It's for a fee, but they will do that.
Okay,
that's all my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nicholson?
Yeah, you go over again what happens if a cart is, they can't close it and there's garbage bags up above the rim. What will happen again?
So what we would like to happen is if it's what we're proposing is if it's more than 45 degrees, so say it's 90 degrees open or all the way open, we don't pick it up. And then we would actually implement a fee in the resolution. If they want us to go back before the next scheduled collection day, then they would need to pay that fee. But right now, our go backs cost us a lot of money because we're sending people on different days totally off route. So we want to enforce not collecting those.
So they'll, that, the cart will just remain full?
The cart would either remain full, and they could correct the situation and we'll come back for that fee. They could haul it to the landfill. They can wait till their next collection day. But yes, we would not pick it up.
And if they don't notice that the garbage hasn't been picked up, like happens in my neighborhood all the time. What I'm worried about is that, there'll be a cart that's full out there, and then as they take the garbage out, there'll be bags next to that cart. Is there going to be some kind of notification or anything? Or
So Councilmember Nicholson, yes, we were doing a sticker system where we would sticker each cart. Councilmember Neese told me today that he didn't think that was going to work, so we'll talk about that more, but that was our plan, to sticker the cart to let them know why we didn't pick it up.
Mr. Lindley?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to say I'm really glad that you and Councilmember Neese did some trash talking. It was a lot of the changes I completely agreed with, so I think that was really good. And then to the two questions, I think for cardboard, for me, I think we already discussed that, and to me that makes perfect sense. And as far as the lids go, I mean, I feel like it should either be we allow people to do whatever, or we require it to be shut. I think the 45-degree thing is just going to be maybe more problematic. And I would, for one, would want to see the lid have to be closed. I see it on my street with people with lids open. I just saw it this week, and guess what? There was garbage all over the street after the truck came by. So anyway, I would prefer to just have it shut.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. Oddly enough, on the Public Service Commission, we dealt a lot with trash and haulers around the state. And as the city's representative to the Billings, Bright and Beautiful, one of the issues that they raised is covered here under, it's on page 5 of your clean version, section 21211, number E, all solid waste placed in solid waste carts for residential service and all commercial containers shall be in bags designed for the accumulation of solid waste and tied. So my question is this: a driver on a truck, if he is putting a load in the truck with that automatic arm, it's behind him. Can he see if there's trash, if something doesn't go completely in the hopper?
Sometimes is my answer.
Okay.
Brett Moore from, he's a solid waste superintendent, might have a more specific answer.
Council member, they can see.
Oh,
so they'll know when it gets, excuse me. So they'll know when the trash falls out of the receptacle.
Okay.
I would submit that about 8 times out of 10, trash that falls on the ground is due to overfilled trash and trash that's not in a bag.
Yeah.
Because most people, they'll walk past the one of the residential containers, they'll just throw their soda bottle in there and think, hey, I threw it away, move out smartly. When we dump it, if it's overfilled, on the windy day that Councilmember Kennedy talks about, that bottle gets picked up and blown 3 blocks away. But if it would have been in a plastic bag, the likelihood of that being spread throughout the neighborhoods is less likely. And then a lot of them too, just to throw this out there, we do have cameras so that when people do call us in, we can see why their cans were skipped or why the trash was there. And so the supervisors and my admin assistant can also do the research and let the community member know why their can was skipped.
Thank you.
Yep.
I read through the whole ordinance, and based upon my countless hours talking trash on the PSC, I like the ordinance very, very well. I did have a question on the clean version on page 4, section 21-207, 21-207. It says residential properties, there shall be enough solid waste carts to contain all accumulated solid waste between scheduled collections. How can you, what do you mean there shall be enough solid waste carts to contain? How do you mean you would provide more carts if somebody's need? I don't understand that sentence.
Yeah, Councilmember O'Donnell, this is a topic that Councilmember Neese and I discussed this week or today. So right now we allow 2 of the black containers and up to 2 of the green containers.
Right.
And we do limit it because with the 4 feet apart rule, you can't get that many containers in our residential driveway always. Councilmember Neese would like us to up that because he mentioned some of his neighbors that do require, I guess, more garbage than just what fits in 2 containers.
He's saying he has trashy neighbors. Is that correct?
I have not said that.
No, I don't want to get you into any more trouble then.
Hey, let's.
I wanted to say the 45 degrees, though. I like that compromise very much. As long as it's bagged, it seems to me that if you can live with the 45 degrees, that is reasonable.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neese.
Thank you. Thank you again for spending time with me today on this. I hope that was helpful to you as well. Is this going to go to the Public Works committee that the Public Works have that's coming up? I looked on my calendar and I couldn't find it. I think it's in a couple of days, isn't it?
Yes, Councilmember Neese. It's on Wednesday of this week at noon, and we will be discussing it.
Okay, so there could be some minor changes or other changes.
Correct.
And
okay. you still had a few that we did not get in here, kind of last minute, so we're still kind of working through those. So we might be sending out some change language still before that August 10th meeting.
I think you're going to check with legal on some of them to make sure.
Yes, I've had Jessica looking at them.
Okay.
Okay.
And just want to voice my opinion is, yes, I would like to see closed lids because closed is closed. And it really helps with, especially, I mean, I've seen not just my neighborhood, as I drive around on windy days, if it's up at 45, the can lids are all the way open, and that if it's up at 45, you usually have a bag, not like the picture here where it's only a half a bag. It's a full bag up there, and usually that gets blown off, and then it's rolling down the street and opening and that. So I think I want to see our city less littered, and I think this is be a really good step towards making sure that we have those lids closed and people pushing their trash into their container a little bit further to get that lid closed. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boyette, then Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, I think there's been enough discussion. I think we should, as a group, decide which way do we want to go with this. One neighbor of 14 always has it open, and guess what happens every time the wind blows? There's junk everywhere, and people just don't put them in bags. But I think we should give them direction by saying, I think it should be closed. And there's a discretion of the person picking this up. If it's 1 inch, there's always discretion with the person on the street driving the truck. I mean, so he picks it up once in a while. What's the difference? But I think if we have a policy that it's closed for their sake, that makes it easier for them. rather than having, well, I measured mine was 43 inches degrees, not 45.
Right.
You didn't pick it up. That just causes more grief.
Okay, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Two things. I was going to ask for a straw poll, so I'll do that right after this. But the other thing is, would you add to your information campaign what people are supposed to do with their cardboard now? Are they supposed to bag it? Because I agree with Councilmember Kennedy. There is another service out there. A lot of us have it. That's great. But not everybody will opt into that. So I think you need to educate people on what to do. And then I was just going to say, I'm for the closed lid. Mayor, could we just do a straw poll to give some direction?
Sample consensus here, so closed. I think we're there. 45 degrees, 44.4. So I think we're at closed.
And Councilmember Neese did say that you could send all those calls to him, so.
I did.
I did say that.
All forwarding. Okay, any other? Straight to Roy Neese. Yes, sir, Mr. Boyette.
So this would depend on education. So that's going to be your goal in life, is to educate about the cardboard and also about keeping it closed. And without the education, this won't work. So I encourage you to do that.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Ray? All right, we're going to go to public comment on solid waste collection and disposal amendments. If there's any public out there, would you like to comment? Seeing none, we're going to move to highlighting upcoming agenda items of council interest.
So real quick, you'll be seeing the Weston Neighborhood Plan, Heights Neighborhood Plan next week, along with the 2045 amendments, and then also the boards and commissions that are recommended to be eliminated. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Iflin. Council discussion. Any council discussion?
Yes, I had one for Kevin. Kevin, as was mentioned earlier today, the study for impact fees, how's that coming? What's the status on that? Do you know? I know we had a lot of things going on. I think it was put on pause a little bit, but where are we at on that?
They're working on it, but very slowly, and I've got Andy Zeller that's involved in that, along with, I think, Jennifer's involved, and I don't know if she's got more of an update than that.
Well, we don't have to do an update now if you don't.
I was just going to say that we are in the process of writing that RFP now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kennedy.
Legislative meeting is Wednesday, 3 o'clock, 3 to 4:30, and we will be meeting with the federal lobbyist.
All right, thank you. Let's see, we move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Seeing no public, I'll move to recess to closed executive session. Montana law requires that all meetings of public or governmental bodies, political subdivisions of the state, or organizations or agencies supported in whole or in part by public funds must be open to the public, but with limited exceptions. I'm now going to close the meeting to the public pursuant to an exception set forth in Montana Code Annotated, Section 2-3-203, subparagraph 4A, which provides a meeting may be closed to discuss a strategy to be followed with respect to litigation when an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the public agency. Tonight, the city's attorney is going to provide information to council regarding litigation involving the city, and the meeting needs to be closed to avoid detrimental effect to the city's litigating position. I will note, however, for the record, that no litigation to be discussed in closed session tonight involves litigation in which the only parties are public or governmental bodies, political subdivisions of the state, or organizations or agencies supported in whole or in part by public funds, as that is prohibited by MCA 2-3-203, subparagraph 4B. So we are recessed to executive session, and I guess we'll be moving to